Yeah, no. No. I think we'll do a quick mic test. Testing, testing.
I see espresso here.
This is espresso, water, and cappuccino.
I'll go with the espresso.
You need the espresso.
Testing.
Test, test, test.
Okay, welcome everybody. First of all, a quick audio check. Let's wait for everybody to get their headsets on. The purpose of the headsets is simply because the noise from next door gets very loud, so we can all hear each other more easily as well. So
to nature positive scenarios, trajectories, targets, etc. So it's an important debate that we all have. We are all working on our sides on different tools, different methodology, different research center. We do have this great panel to try to discuss this with you. On my side, I develop, the team I work with develop a tool that measure impacts and dependencies on biodiversity, and we have this debate with companies on how do we implement then targets, objective, engagement strategy, action plans to go toward nature positive, but building on assessments of impact and dependencies and in a quantified way. So that's very key to understand that we are working on this. We work actually with Orange. I'm very pleased that Jean-Manuel is here with us on this part. It's very technical, but we'll try to make it something that is easy to understand for companies, that is very key, very easy to understand, very easy to implement, but at the same time, very robust, scientifically speaking. We have people from research center that will be talking about this. So it's very the balance between the two we'll try to find when implementing strategy, engagement, action plans. And what I also want to share with you is that we've been here, for my part, I've been here for many days. I've heard a lot on how do we measure impacts, how do we implement action plans, how do we measure risk. I haven't heard a lot on how do we align our businesses, our financial flows with the GBF. I haven't heard a lot on the negotiation itself on how do we make the link between the GBF, the nature positive whole global scenarios, and the action plans of companies and financial institutions. So I'll try to discuss this today. Thank you, Joshua, for coming here. Yeah, that's pretty much all. I will give the floor now to you, Rosemary. You work at Capital Coalitions. It's a great institution from Netherlands that is trying to harmonize all the way to measure, to account for biodiversity in terms of risks, capital, and impact and dependencies. And I'm very pleased to ask you the first question. So, how do you see the situation around today? How do such as the existing framework, such as the Natural Capital Protocol, your protocol, a lot of things that have been developed to try to harmonize the way that we measure impact, that we go towards nature positive. How do we build on this framework to go further and to deep dive into like aligning businesses?
Thank you. So I'm Rosemary Portela from the Capitals Coalition. I'm a senior technical director. I come from the world of the beginning of my career, evaluation of ecosystem services from a biophysical and economic perspective. And then I moved into the accounting world, and I worked many years with the system of environmental economic accounting. And now I moved to the business, and I'm trying to bring the accounting approach to the business so that we can follow a more systematic approach to organize data and present the data. So I'm going to give you just very briefly a few slides on how this is going to work. Since the beginning, for the last 10 years, we have seen a proliferation of tools, guidelines, approaches to really push us to better measure impacts and dependencies on nature with the ultimate goal of informing risks and opportunities. That's what we have been talking about for the last week or so. So this has been incredibly important, and the leapfrogs that we've made on the measurements, the methodological approach is incredible. They're, beginning with the Natural Capital Protocol, led by then the Natural Capital Coalition, to massive efforts by TNFD, SPTN, the XD framework. This is all very important. This is all provides very clear and pragmatic guidance. One thing I would say, though, is that all of those that I mentioned, what they have in common is that they seldom look into the stocks of nature that provides for the benefits that we enjoy, and that suffer the impact of our activities. So what we are pushing forward now is for that perspective of looking at the assets and from them we can understand the impacts. And this is some of the recommendations that we got from Align back in 2022 that said we really need to move from the assessments that are important, but they are basically tailored to a certain specific decision making, to a more systematic way to really account for nature in a way that follows the financial rules as well. And so that's what we did with the time to take stock. And the accounting that we are proposing here is really looking to the assets and qualifying those assets from the perspective of, you know, how big they are, how are they distributed in space and in time. So that's what we call extent accounts, that basically maps the ecosystems or biodiversity or whatever, you know, the assets that we want to measure. Again, two things. Spatially explicit and really following the rules of ecological equivalence, in a sense that we cannot compensate for the loss of tropical forests with temperate forests, for example. The other thing we do is not only to measure where they are and how they change over time, but also look into their condition with important indicators that let us know the level of health of the ecosystem and therefore the degradation as well. And I think we'll be hearing a little bit more about condition. Now, the other thing that's important from a financial perspective, so that there is alignment with the statements that we produced, is that we follow double entry bookkeeping. We have two accounts, debit and credit at least, and that we use statements of position and performance. So that would mean the balance sheets, that would be the profit and loss accounts. So as you see, what we are proposing here is basically that the companies have these in a way that are presented in complete compatibility and alignment with the financial rules that they follow. So really this is going to do at the operations or at any point in the value chain. What we want to see is this standardized approach that really qualifies the asset, and from there we can link into the ways that we set targets that are compatible with the global biodiversity framework, that, you know, that helps us to achieve target 15, for example, and that helps us to also understand impacts and dependencies because of the changes in the assets of the stocks of nature. So I'll leave you at that. There are numerous benefits to that, but one important benefit that I'd like you to take is the ability to really measure that systematically, repeatedly, consistently, in a way that it can be audited. That's very important. So that these numbers are compared between sites, between different operations, between different industries. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's very interesting to hear. You provide such a framework for all companies, all tool developers to go ahead. We need also other and more detail, perhaps, on certain aspects of biodiversity for giving also details and explanations to account measurement, organization, tool developer, etc. I'm turning to you, Joshua. You are working on creating an ecosystem condition protocol, so giving insights on how do we measure impact specifically linked to ecosystem conditions. How do you see the situation now? How do we make the link between impact measurement and building trajectories when it comes to impacts? And how do we harmonize the way we take into account field data, model data? I know there's a lot of tool developers that are trying to take all both kind of data to their tools, so then we can have some more precise results in the end and pilot some action plans. And in the end also, a question perhaps on metrics. What kind of metric would you recommend? I mean, what kind of metrics are matching the impact measurement problems and building on trajectories?
And maybe if I can have the clicker. Thanks a lot. Thanks for having me. And it's really great to come just after Rosemary. And I think the principles of the accounting that she presented are totally what will be the foundations of the ecosystem condition protocol, which is currently under preparation. So I'm part of the interim secretariat, but there is not yet anything published. So I'm going to talk more about the questions that are being asked and the potential solutions, but it's not yet published or in written. So on the questions you asked about the link with trajectories, I think it's really interesting to have what Rosemary described, to have accounts of the stocks of remaining ecosystem condition, and not just the footprint, but also the stock of remaining ecosystem condition, and seeing the changes in the state of ecosystem condition, which then informs the trajectory, because if you want to contribute to a natural positive world, you have to have gains of biodiversity of ecosystem condition, which means an increase in the stock of remaining ecosystem condition. I'm going to show you a list of questions that are currently key to deal with this question of building trajectories and looking at positive and negative impacts on ecosystem conditions, so one of the aspects of biodiversity, to show you that there are still some huge needs in terms of knowledge that is missing. So some of the questions already have answers of some companies that have been doing some work on that. Some like especially in the biodiversity grids world, there is a lot of methodologies dealing with the measurement of gains, but it's not yet standardized, and there is not a consensus on how to work with that. So here I grade all the questions which are not directly relevant for this session, but that's all the questions that the ecosystem condition protocol has mapped as important questions to deal with, and I kept the other ones highlighted. So for instance, remaining ecosystem condition, so EC is ecosystem condition versus impact. So I think that's also what I mentioned and what Rosemary mentioned. It's really key to not just look at the impact and like the footprint compared to a pristine state, for instance, but also the stock of remaining ecosystem condition. Definitions of negative, reduced, avoided impacts. So we do have some definitions, for instance, from the SBTN, but they are not applied through an accounting framework. And so what does that mean, reduced, avoided, when you talk about the stock of remaining ecosystem condition and the variation of stock? And positive impact. So also we've got a definition, for instance, in the PBAF standard, which is quite good, I think, but how to apply that specifically in the corporate context for ecosystem condition. Then you've got a key question which relates to what you mentioned, Arthur, on how do you, because building ecosystem asset accounts require a lot of work. So you can do that at the site level. When you've got a complex value chain, and I think all the speakers will talk about that, it's much harder because you don't have access to the data on each asset in your supply chain. And so sometimes you have to use pressure-based modeling instead of direct measurement with eDNA, drones, field surveys, etc. How do you reconcile the two? In which cases can you use pressure-based modeling? In which cases you cannot? So one part of the answer is you have to distinguish between potential impacts which are modeled and may be inaccurate, etc., and actual impacts which you can ground truth. Baseline versus counterfactual. So that's like when you calculate avoided impacts, for instance, you have to look at the counterfactual. So defining clearly those terms, because it's a complete mess, I think, on when people talk about baseline and counterfactual. Then on the measurement and tracking step, so one key question is, if you look only at the site level, you might see a loss of ecosystem condition, even though the company is actually doing good actions for ecosystems, because at the landscape level, you've got land degradation, deforestation, pollution, etc. So how do you account for the responsibility of the company versus the landscape? Should you measure outcomes at the landscape level? That's really difficult questions, actually, and so we'll try to deal with them, but I think it's going to take time to find good answers and which make consensus. Then, so again, reconciling direct measurement and pressure-based modeling. One is more pressure-based modeling is more top-down, the other is more bottom-up. Where do they meet in the middle? So potential versus actual impact is one answer, but we need more on that. Criteria for good metrics. So I'm not going to say like which are the good metrics, and I think that's not going to be the aim directly of the protocol to say this is the right metric, this is the bad metric, but criteria will be set in terms of accuracy. representativeness of the whole of a custom condition, because you've got different components, spatial granularity. And so when you want to set a trajectory, I think you need to have relatively high accuracy and a capacity to be applied at scale, like throughout your value chain. So that probably eliminates some of the metrics which are more fit for other purposes, like hotspot screening, for instance. How to track impact over time, so that's definitely key for trajectories. You have to be able to do the assessment every year, for instance, and see how you progress against the target, like non-net loss by 2030 compared to 2020, for instance. And then, so in the verification part, so the protocol will also try to deal with questions of how to verify audit trajectories, how to audit claims from companies. And one of the key questions that you see at the bottom of the slide is, what's the link with the natural positive target? And so what does it mean contributing to natural positive in a measurement and accounting context for a custom condition? So where does the custom condition protocol sit compared to other initiatives? Oh, I don't have any more time, but so it's you've got the global biodiversity framework on the top right, which inform frameworks like the TNFD and SBTN. Those themselves inform disclosure standards like GRI, EFRAG, and reporting organizations like companies use report against GRI, reports against the ESRS E4, report against the TNFD, set targets with the SBTN. So the role of the custom condition protocol, just like the Align project or the PBAF standard, is to provide guidance which help companies use the TNFD, report against the TNFD, GRI, ESRS E4, or set targets with the SBTN. So companies will not directly use the protocol, but rather they will use those other standards and initiatives, and the protocol will provide guidance on how to measure and how to account for. So that's the missing piece of the guidance. I'm not going to go through that because I'm going over time, and I'd like to give time to the other speakers, but just you've got the objectives here, and you can see the fourth one, that the idea is to clarify the link between concepts such as natural positive and ecosystem, corporate ecosystem condition measurement and accounting. So it's really key. The question we are discussing now of trajectories and contribution to natural positive are really embedded and key objective of the protocol. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Joshua. Indeed, that raised a lot of questions, but we'll perhaps take some time in the end to have some question time, so we can deep dive a bit in some topics. I'm very interested to hear you more, perhaps later on, how do we make sure that aligning a custom condition metrics with nature positive world. How do we split the efforts between the sectors, between the geographical, between the states, to make in the end the link with the GBF or other frameworks? I mean, this is a key question that is also raising. So we talked about like nature accounting, deep diving into like a kind of metric, like the ecosystem condition metrics. Then perhaps another question is, like, do we make the link with like the sector approach? How do we go deep diving into like perhaps having some tailored recommendation and tailored way to measure impacts to a sector, because all the sectors have different issues, different goals, and it's the GBF applies differently. If we take the example of the climate, differently between the sectors when it comes to their responsibility in terms of climate, we do have the same with nature. So perhaps I'm turning now to you, Jean-Manuel. You worked at Orange, you worked on impact measurement and then on trajectories. How did you see this process, this work stream, and how do you see like the need for sectoral guidance to help you at the telecom sector go through a nature positive world?
Thanks very much, Arthur. Thanks for the invitation. Yeah, I will take maybe this one just to move through the slides. For us, Orange is very, of course, we have been doing this work with you, with the TBC consultancy, on understanding our impact, understanding where is the main impact. So clearly, for us, for an operator, the main impact is upstream, since 99% of our impact comes from scope 3 upstream, in particular raw material extraction. And it's very important in this framework for us that there is a common sectoral approach to identify where are the hotspots where we should prioritize action. And so this is why, together with Philippe Tuzzolino, who is with us today as well, we are acting in the frame of a sectoral approach, which is the ITU1. So I will go quickly through some slides. So the ITU is global. This is the UN agency for information and communication technologies. You see this. And the ITU has a specific, let's say, approach regarding standards. It has a part of the ITU which is dedicated to standards. It's called the ITUT, Standardization Sector, and it is organized with study groups, and one of the study groups is dedicated to environmental, climate action, circular economy, biodiversity in particular, topics also covering electromagnetic fields. And so this, let's say, this study group has produced methodologies to assess the environmental impact, the climate impact in particular of the digital sector, and also trajectories. And for the trajectories, interestingly, the work has been done in close cooperation with SBTi, and the trajectories, they have been published jointly with SBTi and also working with the International Energy Agency. And so the idea is to replicate this experience with the biodiversity topic. So this is why we are already in contact with SBTN, TNFD. We are taking into account all these initiatives. So very interesting by your presentation, Rosemary and Joshua. We will take into account as well your efforts. I believe it's very important to let's say, to take into account the best advances that are currently done. And in this framework, we have set the goal to develop 2 guidances. So you see 2 recommendations are under development within this framework. The first one is to assess the footprint of an ICT organization on biodiversity, taking into account the different frameworks, to have an analysis of the pressures points on ecosystems, to cover both the on-site perspective versus aggregated levels. And so on aggregated levels, so far within Orange, we have been using the GBS, which helps having, let's say, a consolidated view. So for an organization is very interesting because it helps identify where are the main impacts and to take actions. And the second aspect is on biodiversity opportunities, because the digital sector has the opportunity to be able to help monitor biodiversity through, you mentioned it, drones, through satellite systems, to geographical information systems, and so on, to detectors of illegal logging, etc. There are many opportunities, and develop a guidance to be able to push these positive opportunities, how to assess the impact of artificial intelligence as well, which may bring strong interest in this field. So this is it on my side. We invite all participants that would like to join this discussion. It's open to experts in the frame of the ITUT. You have some links here. Thanks so much, Arthur.
Thank you very much, Jean-Manuel. Very clear and very important work that you are doing with the ITU on this. We need also guidance for sectors. I know that a lot of organizations are providing various sectoral guidance, the TNFD, the WEF, the WBCSD. A lot is going on at this stage, but it's not yet very detailed on how do we measure impact and how do we build action plans. It's going to be tailored and then refined over the years, but I guess it's very important that you guys are working very detailedly on how do we measure footprint for telecom institutions, how do we build action plans, and then how do we reduce and contribute to an energy positive world. So we have like this discussion on how do we set up the framework, what's the framework for impact measurements, and how do we reconcile this. perhaps a bit moving on into like actions. How do we make the link with this framework into actions and building on trajectories? I'm turning to you, Marianne. You are doing a great work on this. Perhaps a question for you: how do you see the building on of trajectories? How are the issues related to this? And perhaps if I can hear you on the details on how do we make a difference between trajectories from scale. I mean, if you have different scale of trajectories, different scale of enterprise and of sectors, and also by position of the value chain. You have different position in the value chain depending on what sector or what companies you are working with. And perhaps it's very key that we differentiate action plans and the responsibilities depending on the value chain position. But very keen to EU on this, and thank you for being here, Marianne.
Thank you so much for this introduction and invitation. Well, just to reflect on just that last thing you said. So for the TNFD, we don't come out with very granular methodologies of, for instance, footprinting, or because we think the market, like yourself and science, they will solve for that. So because if we come out with very specific and granular guidance, it will be outdated tomorrow, right? So we would rather let the market play, but bring sort of the overall TNFD disclosure framework. So we just launched, actually, to your question, we just launched transition guidance on nature-related transition plans for businesses and financial service institutions a few days ago. It's a draft, so it's open for consultation. So we would love all of you to go into the TNFD website and provide your feedback over the next few months. This is not sector-specific transition guidance. It's more high-level generic. So we have also issued sector-specific guidance and we're doing it for 15 sectors. So we've used science to see which are the most material sectors to nature loss, and we've come up with 15, and we're going to stop at that. We're not going to do 77 as SASB or what EFRAG is doing in the EU, 36. We're just going to do the 15. But there we have in TNFD, because our value proposition to the market is to be global, to be that global accounting framework for nature-related risks and opportunities. So that also means, of course, if we go super, super granular on impact drivers, the Japanese are not going to adopt it, or the Americans are not going to adopt it. So we need to be that global framework. So if you're an asset manager or asset owner with global exposure, that you can actually compare, like using a footprint or something, what's the nature performance in your portfolio, where are your hotspots, etc. But on the transition guidance and how do you actually move to action? So what our assumption is that when you pick up the transition guidance as a company or an FI, that you will already have done your LEAP assessment. So you will already have done your list of which are our most material impacts and dependencies on nature, which are our most material locations and ecosystems. So you will already know that. And then the next step for your transition plan is really to say, okay, which are then the impact drivers and dependencies that we are going to include in our transition plan? What is the scope of that transition? Is it direct? Is it upstream towards tier 3 supplier, tier 1 supplier? Is it fully to source of where we source our ingredients? What's the scope? And then it's also on state of nature, right? So how are we going to either contribute to positive state of nature? Where are we going to restore? But also what are we going to measure in terms of the transition of our impact drivers? How are we going to measure how that impacts on the state of nature? Because in the most, and that's why I'm so excited what you are doing, I think in the best of all worlds now, a lot of companies can measure extent, right? They can measure extent of primary forests, secondary growth forests, savannas, etc. And how do their impact drivers on land conversion, if they source soft commodities, how does that how does that change the extent? It's the condition that's currently the really big problem. And for the transition plan guidance that we issued, of course, in a perfect world, you would have your impact driver. So you would be a pharmaceutical company, your main impact driver, one of them would be plastic leakage, right? Because of pharmaceutical packaging. And then you would have an ecosystem condition metric that you would measure that against, which would be, for instance, volume of micro and macro plastics in the water column downstream of where you supply those pharmaceuticals, but we don't have that, right? Not really at the moment. So you would have to proxy it, and thereby coming to your question. So in terms of how granular can you be and where in your value chain? So what we've tried to do in our sector guidance, where we've been a bit prescriptive, is to say if you're, for instance, in the food sector, you're further downstream, so you're a restaurant, you would then not necessarily by day one be expected to be able to assess your impact driver at the sourcing level. So with geo coordinates, that you would be able to, and it would be okay for you for a transition period to use a proxy, so a certification or another standard. Whereas if you are a trading company, for instance, and you're trading soft commodities, then the expectation is that you move to much more granular geolocation, because you do sit on that data in your business intelligence system, unless you're buying from cooperatives. Then it's a bit of a bigger challenge. But so we have tried to be quite granular on the actual metrics in terms of where you placed in your value chain. But the fact of the matter is, especially if you move to large corporates or FIs, that they of course do not have spatial data still. And that's why I think the footprinting methodologies, etc., can be our first proxy. So that's also why we mention in the guidance to the financial service institution, where geospatial data is so challenging, that you can go ahead and start with biodiversity footprinting metrics to actually start to proxy where are you financing nature-related impacts from. Yeah, so I'll stop here.
Thank you, Marianne. Very interesting. And the last thing you said on the different application of biodiversity footprint tool, and for different kind of companies, the difference between financial institutions and companies is very key, because when we are a lot of talking, like at the COP, on alignment of financial flows, so a lot talking about financial institutions, but we don't have like the granular data to very assess how do we really moving the financial to indeed the nature positive world. So it's going to be a key question. Thank you so much. I'm turning to you, Samantha. You're working at TBC, so you are also experiencing the same link with companies and try to accompany them towards building on trajectories. A bit the same question as Marianne, but from a different perspective. How do you see like the construction of trajectories when it comes to your client, the people you're working with? How do they take into account this? How do they see the building on the trajectories? And how do you give some precision on the position of the value chain? Thank you, Samantha.
Thank you very much. Yeah, great question, and nice to be able to build on the explanation of what the TNFD is doing. So I just want to take a step back for a moment, thinking about all the different things that we're involved in as an organisation, as the biodiversity consultancy. We've done a lot of work with biodiversity credits, where you're obviously measuring in a very robust, quantified way the difference to biodiversity that a biodiversity credit project makes relative to a baseline and relative to counterfactuals. So that's one thing. We work with mining companies who, again, at that very detailed site level, if they're applying something like Performance Standard 6, at the site level they need to measure exactly what their biodiversity impact at that site is, and then ensure that they've achieved no net loss if they're applying IFC Performance Standard 6. So again, there's very detailed site level accounting methodologies to do that. Then you take a step up and you look at corporates and how a corporate's thinking about this within their business and then through their supply chains. And then we also work with investors. And so with investors, we work with them on maybe TNFD, but also impact investors who want to be able to articulate the positive impact of their nature positive investments. And one of the challenges is that at the moment the units used and the metrics used at all of those different levels are often very different. And every day at the moment there seems that there's another suite of metrics published of things that people can collect in different scenarios. And I think there's a balance to be struck here, right? Because biodiversity is not fungible and it is different in different locations. You do need different specific metrics for different contexts. However, we also need to have a common language that enables a company to think about what's my footprint and what does that mean for how many biodiversity credits I want to buy, and also for my investors, what can I report up to them that will make sense at their portfolio level. So I think if we think about sort of three broad types of metrics, you've got state metrics where you're directly measuring changes in the state of nature. You've got pressure metrics around, how much difference have I made through my actions to how much water I'm using, how many resources I'm extracting, and then you've got response metrics, which are maybe have I implemented such and such a policy through my business. Now, ultimately, we want to move towards state of nature metrics as much as we possibly can. Because that's where you actually get to the outcomes for nature. And that's what the work we're doing with the Nature Positive Initiative is trying to achieve, is a sort of shorter list of state of nature metrics that people can coalesce around. But we also know that it's not always possible to measure the state of nature. And particularly, we were talking earlier about prior to undertaking an action or making an investment, you might want to anticipate what the impact is going to be. Is this, for an investor, for example, is this investment going to achieve net nature positive? And so then we need modeled data versus measured data. I think going back to this point around common language, there's both in the biodiversity credit space, but also in the kind of corporate footprinting space, there's this idea of quality hectares or extent, condition, and then significance as well is often included. And that can be a kind of common language across all of these different scales, because at the site level, you can definitely measure the extent, and you can measure directly the condition change. And if you subscribe to something like IBAT, you can say, well, what's the significance of the biodiversity in this area? So, how much difference have I made through my actions to the biodiversity in this area, and how important is that biodiversity to the world? But as I said, you can't always measure conditions. So this is where some of these modeled indicators come in that connect the pressures to the changes in state. So MSA, species year, PDF, those modeled indicators, when we can't get the actual data, are really useful to fill in that condition piece. But I think if you still combine it into that overall equation of extent, condition, significance, then you've got a common language that you can use at all scales. So, I'll leave it there. I'm happy to discuss further. But yeah, I think it's really important for us to zoom out and think what can be the kind of unifying language between all of these metrics that we can use at these different scales.
Thank you, Samantha. That was very, very clear and very interesting. If I may, just one tiny question for you, just to, because you mentioned the three types of metrics that should be followed if you want to cover like all aspects of biodiversity. That's very interesting. But when it comes to nature positive and building on trajectories, would that mean that we have to build trajectories on the three types of metrics? And how do you reconcile this when it comes to going to nature positive?
So I think, do you mean with extent and condition and significance?
Yeah, for example, pressure also.
Well, pressure, ideally you would convert pressure into a change in condition. So if you've got them, there's all various accounting methodologies where you can convert a pressure into a change in condition, like mean species abundance or species year and so on. So if you use that as a proxy for the condition piece, and then ideally you have extent as well. The significance, if you've got location data, you can look it up in IBAT. I think I'd really like, I don't know if there's anyone from IBAT in the room, I would love for IBAT to, I think if everyone's going to start using IBAT data, it really needs to be cheaper, because the thing that we hear time and time again, just making a plea here, is people are quite happy to do this calculation. They see the value of it, and everybody wants to use it, but the barrier is that people don't want to pay the current prices for IBAT data. Anyway, little peg there, sorry. But otherwise you can do extent times condition.
Thank you very much. Now, bit like we discussed this, we also need to move on to the discussion of how do we make this into action, into the companies, into the financial institutions? How do you make the organization move towards its trajectory, move towards this nature positive? I'm asking to you, Emma, you're working on this. what to your perspective would be the necessary setup so that a company can actually go nature positive? I mean, contributing to nature positive.
Yeah, thank you so much. And it's been great to hear all the exciting movements on metrics and trajectories at the sectoral level. I think it's incredibly important to think about credibility in these nature transition plans. It's all great to improve the metrics and improve transition planning and sectoral pathways, but unless these pathways and these transition plans are credible and aligned with goals at different levels, it's unlikely that they will contribute to any kind of nature positive goal at any level. So they need to be aligned to not only the global biodiversity goal frameworks, but also the NBSAPs and the national goals, talking about it at the landscape level. If you are reducing your avoided negative impacts or having avoided negative impacts, but your other colleagues on the landscape level are not, and you're not aligned to your national strategy, then are you contributing to the global biodiversity framework goals? Perhaps not. And so in terms of that, the kind of structures that we need potentially is something along the lines of the transition pathway task force for climate, a PACTA sort of for nature, not trying to create a new framework, a new organization. But so we were looking at, we use natural language processing to look at the adaptation and resilience reports and strategies of Nature Action 100 companies. And we found that they were not effectively or really at all integrating nature-related dependencies and risks into their adaptation and resilience plans, and adaptation and resilience in itself has a long way to go. So I think we really need to work on aligning these strategies, because you can't have a transition strategy for net zero, a transition strategy for social, a transition strategy for nature that aren't aligned. Because ultimately you wouldn't have an investment strategy and a business strategy and that weren't aligned. So we have to think of that in the same way for nature and for climate. I think that's how we need to integrate it and really move forward to decision making. And also thinking about translating these global biodiversity framework targets and BSAP targets into firm level targets. And so what does that look like, and what do the metrics for measuring that look like, and not trying to create new trajectories potentially for the firm level, but just trying to really identify granularly what do you assess alignment against, so that external stakeholders can assess the movement in the direction, the national level can understand where to put regulators, firms themselves can understand where to best move to sort of reduce their nature-related impact and their nature-related risks. So I think that that alignment and credibility piece are going to be really important moving forward.
Thank you very much. Perhaps just a quick question on trying to rebound on this. We are talking about like different metrics to measure condition, to measure your impact on biodiversity, and to try to align with the nature positive world. But then we will need like thresholds or targets in terms of MSA or PDF or whatever metrics. Do you have any view on how do you get to that, or and if anyone also have some views on this? I guess it's because it's a bit a broader topic, but I would be very interested to hear you on this.
Yeah, I think the work, especially that the ecosystem protocol has been doing, of connecting really to changes in ecosystem state, we really need to move away from the potential and the proxies where we can. Obviously, we're not always going to move into actual ecosystem state to reduce that uncertainty that companies are feeling in terms of they don't really understand their actual impact on the ground. And so how can they know if the changes to business models or changes to investments that they're making are really making a difference to the change on the ground. So I think just improving models, integrating spatial and ecosystem state data, integrating Earth observation data, and reducing that uncertainty, or at least being much clearer about what the uncertainty is, so that they can work within those thresholds and understand how that might influence decision making. And so that they can at least have an informed decision moving forward. So I don't have an answer on what metrics, but I mean, just kind of iteratively moving forward, but also not letting that be ultimately a barrier. I think intuitively, there are certain actions that are going to be no regret. And so just doing those and starting there, and as the metrics will eventually catch up. But I think just starting with those sort of easy win sort of transitions be really, really important.
Yeah, just to add on, I think I completely agree. We need the thresholds, and we have, of course, the GBF, and you need to be clear on in your transition plan what's my contribution, because they are quantitative targets, right? And you probably need to go much more granular to the NBSAPs of the jurisdictions that you're operating in. And the planetary boundaries are also going much more granular now, with the 7 boundaries or the 9 boundaries to go to the jurisdictional level. And I think it's so important that the transition targets are quantitative, because what there is a tendency to in the market is over disclosure of the positive actions and under disclosure of risks, and also not being transparent about, am I transitioning 1% of my portfolio, or is it 10% of my portfolio? Am I only transitioning in my direct operations? Is it tier 1 supplier, tier 2, or what am I covering? Because that is what we need in the beginning while we wait for the thresholds, because then at least when you allocate your capital, you can think about what's the level of ambition of the company that I'm allocating to. Is it really at the margin, or is it that they are taking it much more into the core business model and the supply chain, which is where your interface with nature upstream and downstream is? So I think just getting to that quantitative level will be helpful to move us forward while we wait for science and others to come with the targets.
Thank you. I just wanted to provide a perspective from the site level, because we've heard about targets and thresholds more at the kind of corporate level and the national level, international level. But if you look at the site level, particularly for companies at the bottom of the supply chain, so your mining companies, your agribusiness, the important threshold really is no net loss and ideally net gain at the site level. So if you apply the mitigation hierarchy, and so if you're further up in the supply chain, then even before you've got metrics to measure it, if you, from a policy perspective, require strict application of the mitigation hierarchy for all of the tier 1, for all of the bottom of the supply chain suppliers, then that helps you know that you're moving towards net nature positive, because then they've got to do an assessment of, depending on what I'm developing, whether it's a mine or a piece of infrastructure or whatever, what impact is that piece of infrastructure having on nature, and then how at the local site level, how can I compensate for that and achieve no net loss and ideally a net gain. And so I think when you boil it right back down to it, that's where the impacts are happening, the biggest impacts. So I think we mustn't lose sight of that when we're kind of waiting for these global metrics, because you can get on with, from a policy perspective, pushing down through your supply requirement to adhere to the mitigation hierarchy.
Yeah, thank you. And perhaps one last.
I think it's really important that we make sure that we monitor things over time. And this is, a fairly straightforward statement, but how we do that in a consistent way. So in a presentation that we had yesterday with 2 companies, a mining and a forestry, applying the framework that I presented here, they could, in their balance sheet, see the impacts and dependencies over time, and they see where some of the, the benefits really outweigh the impacts that they were having numerically. So, and they will be keeping doing this over time. They can set targets, they can demonstrate the importance of protected areas that they have in the case of the forester or the mining company, and then doing it, setting targets, and then committing on continue to do that. Unless we have these continuous measurements, we won't be able to know the progress we've been making. So I think that's really critical for us to do.
Thank you very much. I think we have like a few minutes for questions. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much for all panelists. So very clear and very interesting. My name is Philippe Tuzolino. I am the environmental group director of Orange. So we have yet modeling our impact with TBC. We know where we have the stronger impact. It's on the value chain. We have measured with GBS, and we are working with DC Biodiversity. So it's clear that we need common methodology, common KPIs, etc. But now we are in the phase to implement commitments. We have decided to separate commitment on scope 1 and commitment on scope 2 and 3 because it's very different. The question we're asking too is, are we allowed to make commitment in all the pressures, the 5 or 6 pressures, or if we can choose more impacted pressure for beginning, after we see the other pressure, is a question. What we are allowed to do with restoration. For example, with climate, it's very clear. With SBTi scientists, we have a trajectory. We have to reduce first by 19%, and we are allowed to %. I think for biodiversity, you have to do the same thing, because we don't know the quantity of restoration we are allowed. If a company restore with money many things, and do nothing to reduce our own impact, it's not good for biodiversity and nature globally. So I think that often we say that climate and biodiversity are two faces of the same coin. And I think it's very important to have the same methodology. Today, with biodiversity, we don't have. So we don't know where we have to forecast at this moment for a company. And if we don't have to have washing biodiversity, we have to have a hierarchization of what is for the planet to be nature positive, what are the objectives. For the climate is clear, we have to be under 1.5 degrees. What is the same for biodiversity? We don't know for the moment. So after we will build a trajectory by sectors. We will do with ITU for sectors, but each sector has to contribute. And the question is, what is the planet level, what is the regional level, what is the country level, and what is the contribution that the company could do at this level really? Because for the climate, B0 is not possible for climate for a company, because as long as the company will exist, it will emit CO2 emission, of course. So we have to respect the trajectory to a contribution. And the question that we have, we need to have the same recommendation for biodiversity, and for the moment we haven't.
Yes, thank you. I think we have like 1 minute. Does anyone want to take the answer? Yeah, please.
I'll try and be quick. Firstly, on your point around, how much can you compensate? I think I'm part of the working group in the high-level principles for biodiversity credits, and obviously within that context, we're thinking about responsible demand for biodiversity credits. And I think the clear requirement is you first apply the mitigation hierarchy. So you first try and avoid your impacts, reduce impacts, and then if you have site level control, then you mitigate locally. You don't buy biodiversity credits which won't be equivalent to the impact locally. What we need, and it isn't there yet, but the Biodiversity Credit Alliance is just about to set up a working group to look at the demand side, to create more granular guidance for companies who are thinking about buying biodiversity credits around what's a suitable use of a biodiversity credit within that context that you're talking about, where you're trying to reduce your impacts as much as possible. Where and how can you use biodiversity credits as part of your overall trajectory? So there will be more guidance coming out on that. And just very quickly on your point around the 5 pressures and whether you can focus on 1 or 2 of them first, I think that would fall out of probably TNFD analysis of which are our most material impacts, and then focus on those that are most material first.
Thank you very much. Yeah, very, very quickly, if you can.
Thank you. Very quickly. Is there a discussion in these biodiversity credits to make it, because, for example, in Colombia we have carbon credits, but it's by law. I mean, you have it's a regulatory requirement to make it required so that certain countries, actually implement this, because we see that the voluntary markets are very slow to do. At least here, there's no voluntary markets. It's only the legal market where certain companies have to pay carbon taxes and others can sell them carbon credits instead.
Can people hear me? Yeah. Yes, so yes, there is. So, for example, Colombia now has a habitat banking system, and the UK also has a biodiversity net gain system. And I think I agree with you. I think the regulatory approaches are going to be much more effective at driving the change. But I think in the meantime, because we can't control all the governments in the world and tell them to implement these things overnight, in the meantime, I think the voluntary market will play an important role for those companies who want to be responsible in helping them to compensate for some of their impacts and contribute towards a net positive.
Thank you very much. We'll still have some time to exchange more informally, but let me huge thank to all the speakers. Just think it was a great panel. Can we applaud them? Thank you so much, and thank you all for being here very early in the morning for a very technical issue. So thank you very much. We can keep the discussion around. See, I'm not sure that there is another event, but I will let you. Okay, I'm being told that we have the room for 30 minutes, so we can just hanging around, have coffees, discuss all this very interesting topic. Thank you very much, and have a good day.
Yeah, sounds good. So we need to use the mics for it to be heard. So there are mics for everyone.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Good.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Okay, welcome everybody to our sector on agri-food and how it can support the Global Biodiversity Framework. My name is Ethan Soloviev. I'm the Chief Innovation Officer at HowGood, and I am excited to moderate this discussion today. What we're going to do is some quick introductions to the good folks who have joined the panel here, and then we're going to have a very intimate discussion and think about how we can push things forward using metrics and data to improve the global agri-food system and see if we can head towards those GBF targets. So I'm going to start here, and 30 seconds, no long introductions. We've had enough of them this COP. So 30-second introduction, and then we'll kick it off from there.
I'm very happy that you are here today at COP16. I'm Vice President Regenerative Agriculture and Climate Frameworks, Anke Quast in Yara International. I'm working since 35 years in sustainable and profitable crop nutrition solutions. And data is basically our currency of success, so I'm very happy to be here. We have to bring it up to speed. The nitrogen use efficiency is a very critical element and an indicator for performance and success in sustainable crop nutrition solutions. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Oh, very impressed. 30 seconds. So, hello everybody. Very also happy to be here. I'm Arthur Compredon. I'm the Director of Footprint Measurement at CDC Biodiversité, and I'm in charge of the development of a biodiversity footprinting tool that is called the Global Biodiversity Score. We are using it a lot with companies and financial institutions to measure impacts and dependencies and try to make them reduce and align trajectories with like the GBF, planetary boundaries and so. And we are working a lot with also agricultural sector companies and financial institutions, so we make sure that this sector is addressed correctly with our tools and with all this debate with metrics and targets.
My name is Marianne. I've been working with the Task Force on Nature-related Financial Disclosures and also inputs from Anke and others, Matt from the panel here, to develop sector-specific guidance for the ag-food sector. So that is basically guiding companies on how do you apply TNFD to a specific sector, in this instance agri-food, and then also making sector specifications to the metrics. So what are the most material impact and dependency drivers for the sector?
Great, and I'm Matt Inbush. I'm with the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. We're a consortium of global businesses, and we work to help accelerate the transformation to a sustainable economy across the key sectors of the economy. I work on our ag and food team, and I've been deeply engaged in work with many of the folks here today, helping chart the path for corporates towards nature positive at the sector level. And most recently, that has really translated into a focus on alignment around outcomes and metrics, and now working to get those metrics out into transition plans for nature, which is the next big leap.
Awesome. So why is agri-food important? Why are we even here talking about agri-food when we want to be working on biodiversity? Aren't those different things? What's the deal? Let's hear from anyone on why agri-food is important in terms of the Global Biodiversity Framework. I'll pass to Marianne to start, but then anyone can pitch in.
So the agri-food sector plays the same role to the nature-positive transition as the energy sector plays to the net zero transition. It is sort of the beating heart. We cannot, but it will not be a stranded asset like oil that you can just divest from, because we all need to eat. We all need food, so we need to transition it because it will be part of balance sheets, and it will be part of the lives of everyone for many years to come. The current situation, though, is that the value of the negative footprint is bigger than the actual value of the food sector. So there's a big imbalance because of the risks are not priced, and the use of a lot of the ecosystem services going into food production is currently priced at zero. And when it's priced at zero, nobody cares about it. So that's the problem.
What else would you say? Why is agri-food important for the GBF?
maybe just a bit more framing, and then I'm sure Anka can tell us a lot more from your more technical perspective. I think the other piece of it, when we think about identification of sort of materiality assessment for corporates in particular, as Marianne mentioned, starting with impacts and dependencies on nature and how that translates to risk and opportunity for corporates. We know that the agri-food system is one of the most impactful on nature, largely negative, unfortunately. A third of global greenhouse gas emissions attributed to the system, 70% of global freshwater withdrawals, and by far the biggest driver of tropical deforestation and land use change around the world. So that's pretty well established. We have a lot of work to do to correct those challenges. But in terms of translating that to corporate risk and opportunity, the dependencies of the system upon the ecosystem services of nature are it's by far the most dependent system that we have in the economy on these services. And so while that's a big risk around water availability, around soil health, around climate regulation, and many others, it's also a really big opportunity for corporates to help turn that around, turn the risk into opportunities where they can innovate and help move towards a more sustainable system.
Yeah, and to build up on this, I mean, if you go to the biodiversity framework, the global biodiversity framework, you will see that our food system, and the core of it is the agriculture, is ticking all boxes. We are basically found impactful and on all the targets in the global biodiversity framework. And I think one learning here at COP16 is we cannot slice climate from biodiversity or nature. We have to see it in combination because nature is very much dependent on climate. So that's the reason why we want to bring the transformation via the regenerative agriculture, combining basically the climate, the nature element, and the social and economy elements in one go, bring that to the farmer in a suitable theory of change. And I'm very happy that the World Business Council of Sustainable Development, based also on the work of OP2B and TNFD, and also SMI and SCI platform and many others, consolidating this further in this work stream, regenerative agriculture metrics, because now we have to become concrete. What do we want to achieve? What outcomes do we need? How do we measure them? And how do we enable credible reporting and incentive system which is kicking off the machine for the better?
Yeah, and I'll just add one little piece here to this question, which is especially focused on carbon, but I think across all of them, as we actually begin to decarbonize the energy sector and transportation, we're starting to hit a switch in that curve where renewable energy is cheaper than fossil fuel energy. So that will happen. Capitalism will push that forward. As that happens, the share of agriculture and foods percentage of GHG emissions, you said a third, that will actually increase because agriculture's footprint is still going up. It's not decreasing yet. So that actually makes food and agriculture more important in the coming years, even than it has been so far, because we've got movement in the energy sector and transportation sector especially. Did you want to add something, Arturo?
Yeah, just one more thing to this element. At CDC Biodiversity, so we measure impacts on biodiversity. That's our job. That's what we do together. We basically, when working with a lot of companies and financial institutions, we realize quickly that the agri-food sector is way further in terms of impacts on biodiversity. And it's also another issue that is present in many value chains of the actors we measure impacts. So we measure impacts of companies that are not agri-food sector, but in their upstream value chain, you can find a lot of impacts on agri-food on this. So it's a question not only for the agri-food sector, for many sectors all around the economy, so that have to take into account this, and when engaging with the supply chain to make things change and to then engage and then reduce the impact on biodiversity. That's why this is very key for the transition.
Agriculture has been, as noted here, quite damaging and destructive for quite some time, and currently 99.9% of it continues to be. There has been some significant progress. We've gotten more sustainable, which means doing a little less harm over time, more and more less harm. There's been some progress there. What we are envisioning with regenerative agriculture is an agriculture that goes beyond doing less harm, that goes beyond that net zero point, and actually gets to nature positive, carbon positive, human and and social livelihoods positive. This is one of the things that has been left out of regenerative agriculture for many years, is any sort of social and or economic metrics that we can tie to, which is ridiculous and is one of the things that we've remedied in the recent work with WBCSD. So the potential of regenerative agriculture is massive. The potential is we can capture carbon in the soil and in living biomass. We can enhance biodiversity, like actually increase species in an ecosystem. We can uplift human rights and create better livelihoods and thriving livelihoods for producer communities around the world. So regenerative agriculture has huge potential, but for many years there's been this thing of like, well, how do you define it? And what are the metrics that you're tracking? And this has held us back because there's been many different definitions. Finally, what the global community has agreed on is that defining it and making a single definition of regenerative agriculture, that's the wrong approach. That's like a monoculture. That's just doing a monoculture single definition. So instead, what we've agreed on is let's look at outcomes. Let's say, how do you track the path to seeing that we're net capturing carbon? How do you track the impact on species, the impact on the state of nature, to see that it's actually improving and getting better over time? How do we track the impact on farmer and producer livelihoods and communities and see that it's improving over time? So the agreement has been to track outcomes, not just practices. Regenerative agriculture there's no such thing as a regenerative agriculture practice. If you ever hear anybody saying that, they're confused. There are only outcomes. And what we're looking to is to have net regenerative outcomes from our agricultural systems. So we now have a global set of regenerative agriculture metrics that we can use to track the path towards net positive. And maybe Matt or anybody who's contributed to it can talk a little bit about what we did over the last year and a half and what we've ended up with in terms of those unified global metrics.
Yeah, happy to give a quick overview of the process. So as Ethan mentioned and others have alluded, we have been doing some really intensive work over the last year and a half with about 50 leading companies up and down the full value chain. Many of those are our members of OP2B, which is a coalition that really drives regenerative agriculture, along with several dozen partners. Some of those were already named. Many of them are represented here. So I think we can credibly say it's the world's biggest private sector initiative focused on outcomes for regenerative agriculture. So we really have this critical mass of the private sector and critical partners in the space. And we've been working very intensively to align, exactly as we said, around outcomes and then metrics that can support the outcomes for regenerative agriculture, which should then become part of any standards, claims, hopefully even policy, financial instruments that can support regen ag. We're not creating a standard or a certification. We're defining the outcomes and then putting in a lot of work around driving consensus with this big group of corporates and partners on that. And so that's been some pretty intensive work. Some of you have been involved in that. I think you would agree. It's a consensus-driven project. It's not unanimous agreement on all of these points, but we've aligned around 5 objective areas which are well agreed upon, I think, in terms of regenerative agriculture, climate change, soil health, water, biodiversity, and farmer livelihoods. From those, we have 11 outcome areas that we've aligned around with the group that support those objectives, and then I think 10 or 11 core metrics that support those outcomes, and that's where some of the much more technical work comes in. But the point is, we've now published that work. It's a series of reports you can check out. There's also a website that will consolidate all of that into one place that has been launched, and will actually start to track corporate commitments towards and actions towards those outcomes. And it's an exciting moment because now we get to say, okay, looking ahead, how do we start to get this out into all the right places? And one example of that is this nutrient use efficiency metric, which perhaps Anka, you can go in a bit more detail on. The point I would make is just that I think it's useful to zoom into one metric because it can help track the path from disclosures in the TNFD space and the sector guidance that Marianne has been leading, the references to regenerative agriculture within that guidance, the actual metric of NUE that is included there, and then how that translates to what corporates are already doing in the corporate know-how and experience to actually drive drive that work on the ground in different contexts, right? So hopefully this conversation can help illustrate through one example what that looks like from development to consensus to sort of widespread use is where we're headed next.
And in a minute, I'm going to go to Marianne actually to hear a little bit about how do these metrics connect with what's happened at TNFD, and how does it, link or not link yet, but want to link with TNFD guidance for the agri-food sector. I'll just mention one other thing, that this process that we've been through as WBCSD and as member companies like are here is part of the private sector engagement of a larger project known as Regen 10, led by the Meridian Institute, supported by Rockefeller and others, that is getting private sector input, but then also is engaging with farmers around the world, especially through the World Farmers Organization. That process is also still ongoing. Sustainable Food Trust is part of it, where they're gathering input from farmers on the feasibility of actually using this set of metrics. And so with the farmer input and the business input on one side, business input has its 50 companies and organizations. Those organizations are representing in total 1,100 companies around the world. So it's a huge set of consensus that we've gotten to on the business side. Now we start to get it into testing in reality, which Anke will talk about in a bit with NUE as one example. But Marianne, first, how does this link with TNFD? Does it yet? Should it more? Give us a little viewpoint.
At least on paper, it does link in terms of the framework. So we've, in the metrics, we have sector-specific metrics under the TNFD for the agri-food sector. And it was very clear from all the market feedback that the market wanted to tell both the positive and negative story of their business model and how it's transitioning. So we do have the negative impact drivers of agriculture, and they're quantified, and also the positive. And one of the positive is exactly the area of land that is produced or sourced from, which is under regenerative practices. And then it says, because we exactly don't want to replicate what others are doing, we want to stand on, because you've done so much consultation and so much hard work. So we wanted to stand on what others are doing, so we don't go in, because we came into the same learning as you did, that the whole definition space, that's not our role to define regen agriculture or what is good agricultural practices. That's not our role. We're a disclosure framework. So we've put into that metric that you just need to disclose the definition you're using. And our opportunity definition is exactly around that you measure your positive outcomes. So you have to measure positive outcomes, but you need to be disclosing your definition of regen ag, so we're not prescriptive in that way. So it's very much tied into it, and we just launched a few days ago the transition guidance, so the nature business plan transition guidance, where we also reference very clearly to WBCSD with sector pathways and sector positive actions. So in that sense, we try not to fragment, but to be part of that puzzle and to consolidate.
Very cool. It's kind of similar to how we don't go to farmers and say, this is exactly what you have to do, right? That's an old approach. That's what sustainable agriculture did. They said, you have to do these practices and then we'll pay you monies for those. Instead, you've sort of said, like, look, we want you to be moving towards regenerative agriculture. We've helped now define the metrics that will lead in that direction, but we're saying you get to innovate. You get to be creative on the ground, farmers, to figure out how we get to those goals. In the same way, TNFD has said, look, we're not going to tell you exactly what this means, but we do think it's a good idea to move towards regeneration. You tell us specifically how you're doing it and start disclosing about it, and hopefully this set of metrics will help us all align so that we can get comparability across the food industry of how we're moving in this direction. Anke.
Yeah, I mean, I'm now since 35 years in Yara, 31 year in research, developing sustainable and profitable crop nutrition solutions. From the beginning, we have developed, together with our improvement of fertilizer products, tools and services and recommendations to enable the farmer to use the products with a higher efficiency. And the efficiency is related to the yield the farmer is harvesting, because the more you can grow with less, the better it is for the environment, for food security, and also for the farmer. So, and we tried with all our tools and services to nurture this kind of way of working. But what we have learned is the hard way. We have developed solutions, and the adoption was not at speed, you know. We have made some experience that for one tool is not suitable for all farmers. So we have developed a whole portfolio of solutions for the different farming systems, for smallholder, for big scale farming. And we have also learned how much innovation farmers are bringing day to day into their job. And by bringing an outcome-based metric to the farmer, we enable the farmer to really work on the ground with a given reality, with the tools which are available, with the products they have, for the sake of this metric. And then we give them the responsibility to decide how they are achieving them. Because we don't need high-level organizations telling the farmer exactly what to do. We need resilience, we need fluidity in the process of food production, because we have learned how sensitive this whole process is. And now we see that the farmer need additional incentives to drive the nitrogen use efficiency further. Incentives which are carried not just by the private sector, but also by the public sector. And COP16 is a fantastic event because we are talking about the cohesive system between policy and private sector. We need cohesion across all the sectors and the public-private sector to give the right incentives to farmer, because if you look at the farmer today, farmer is following a different dynamic than the food value chain. And this cannot work. We need to harmonize the dynamic across the whole value chain to come to a concerted action and a real collaboration across the whole value chain. Farmers need to be incentivized for better performance, or from public sector, but this machine has to be in place to unlock the full potential of sustainable farming.
Agreed. Yeah, I want to go to Archer for a little bit. If you have something, go for it.
Just one thing to add to this is because it's very key that we develop indeed some very precise metric to track indeed the results in terms of outcome also into agriculture. But also another way of working and to push the research on the topic is also companies are asking us to link this metric, these local metrics, to the global metrics they are using. So they can also say, okay, I'm on a pathways to reduce my impact, increase my positive impact, and I can use what I'm doing on the ground with regenerative agriculture to make a link with my whole impact and balance sheet. And today, what is missing on the ground is like all the models that are being developed. We use, for example, a model that is called GloBio. It's a pressure impact relationships. And actually the land use, so it's not really precise enough to capture all the improvement in terms of biodiversity that regenerative agriculture can lead to. And we are doing some research, and we also, please, if you have any ideas on this, please come to me to say, okay, how do we express this increase in terms of metric that you mentioned, or the local metric that are being used, to global metric that are used by financial institutions, by companies to say, I'm putting in place some new way to produce, new way to organize my farm. I need to be reflected in my balance sheet, in the way I communicate, in the way I also pushing and align my business with the GBF, with the planetary boundaries, and with all the objectives that we have together.
Just to add a quick point, that's exactly where I wanted to go, Arthur. So thanks. So you're talking about the no. To build on that, the corporate, the balance sheet, I think analogy is really helpful, and then sort of the planetary balance sheet, the planetary boundaries, right? And so a point I wanted to make, and Anka, I had a question for you actually, in terms of that NUE metric, because I'm not sure. I think it's helpful for folks to understand what that actually is without going too deep into it. But a point to make is that the regenerative ag metrics work that we've done draws from the starting points of the planetary boundaries and the GBF, right? So looking at those two, and then building consensus around how to get there. The GBF includes this metric of nutrient use efficiencies explicitly and calls for improving it over time. But the point I think that's important is that in and of itself clearly is not the same as the state of nature improvement that we want to see, which is ultimately about biodiversity and ecosystem condition. But the link is that this is a pressure type metric that can contribute and does contribute, we know scientifically, directly to improved state of nature. So this is the kind of sweet spot that we've tried to align with the corporate sector around, is what can corporates actually do and measure and attribute to themselves that we know then links to the state of nature outcomes we want to see. And you've probably heard the Nature Positive Initiative talking about their work on state of nature, which is absolutely critical. I think it's really important that we don't confuse or misalign, but actually show how these are complementary. So this pressure metric ultimately plugs in directly to that state of nature that we want to see, and there's a lot of work happening to define kind of how those points connect along the way. So,
Yeah, and just before we go to NUE, one other point to note is that a lot of the metrics, the regen ag metrics that were defined, we're looking at farm level. And so you can sort of think of an individual farm, but that individual farm is nested within a landscape. Yeah, so the landscape contains many other farms, but then there's also other types of land use and things that are happening there. And then that landscape as a whole is nested within the world, right? So, and planetary boundaries is a set of outcomes metrics that's looking at the whole state of the world. And so we have to see that some of the metrics we're using can be applied at different levels. You can calculate NUE on a farm level. You can also calculate NUE in aggregate for a landscape level. We could even look at a global NUE at this point. These are all, as you're saying, pressure metrics that have a significant outcome in the final state of nature that's there. So seeing on those different scales from the farm to the landscape to the world is really interesting and important. Let's dive in a bit on NUE. So this is one of those 10 metrics that the Regen 10 WBCSD process has gotten to. It's an important one, and one that Anka, especially, and Yara have been championing because of many benefits, not just to biodiversity, not just to greenhouse gas emissions, which it directly affects, but also to farmer livelihoods because of the cost of inputs. And so if you can just define it as one specific example of all of these metrics, and then we'll talk a bit about what you've done and then what we're planning on doing and how to make this more broadly visible. And then where I want to head us is towards the financial incentivization of this metric and how we can actually get it out there and moving by being aligned on it. So the basics.
The basics. Why are we doing agriculture? We are producing food in many cases, you know. And then let's look how we are producing our food. Our food has a true cost, a footprint, and the nitrogen use efficiency can be related to the food itself. If you take then the food which is produced, farmer needs inputs, nitrogen, for example. Just assume the farmer puts 100 kilogram nitrogen in. Then in the food you might find 50 kilogram. That's 50% nitrogen use efficiency. On your plate, on average globally, you find 18 kilogram. That's just showing that the system, the global system, is a bit out of balance. We need to bring that to a higher level, because if you take 50, what's happening to the other 50%? Sometimes they are recircled, sometimes they are lost to the surface water, sometimes they are used to build up carbon in the soil, but we don't know exactly. And there is an initiative, the European Nitrogen Expert Panel, who developed a concept, a governance model around the nitrogen use efficiency. They defined a safe corridor in which the farmer can manage the nitrogen use efficiency to stay inside the planetary boundaries. On top, there are ecologists working on the regional boundaries to be defined, to get to a more granular understanding. What is the NOE which the nature can stand in a specific area? And the beauty is that if we put the nitrogen use efficiency with the attribute, is it green, is it red or orange, meaning is it inside the planetary boundary or not, we can calculate the volume of food or the volume of crop. We want to make it visible on the level of food or ingredients for food production. And there, Ethan can probably step in and explain a bit further.
Okay, so taking off my moderator hat for a second, just to talk about How Good, which is the software company that I'm the Chief Innovation Officer at. How Good has built a database that is the world's largest database on product and ingredient sustainability. So we have 33,000 different ingredients, everything that could be used in any food product in the world, from the sugar cane that's grown around here, to the palm oil, to the cocoa, to the corn, to literally every crop everywhere in the world. We know when you produce it in a certain location, how much carbon is emitted, how much water is used, what is the biodiversity impact, how much land is taken up, what is the soil health associated with it, if there's animal welfare concerns, if there are labor risk concerns, how much energy was used to process it. We know that for every single crop, for every single ingredient in the entire global food system. We have then built that into a software platform where food companies like Nestle or Danone, who are both our customers, or General Mills or Grupo Bimbo or Campbell's or Kraft or Kellogg's, How Good's platform has 6 of the 10 largest food companies in the world using it to understand their impact. they can put in one of their products, a chocolate bar or a bag of chips, and they can see immediately by combining those different ingredients from those different locations, plus the transportation, plus the processing and manufacturing, what is the impact of that finished product, and then they can communicate that directly to consumers around the world, either through marketing on their own package or through communication to the retailers or grocers who sell those products. So there's a visibility of impact data that goes entirely across the entire system, from individual farm up through ingredients to manufacturing to retailers to the end consumer, where all of these impacts can be seen. Many of the metrics that we already have in our system align perfectly with the regenerative agriculture metrics that we have worked out. Greenhouse gas emissions, carbon in soil, water usage, land occupied, all of those are a direct match. But there's one metric that we didn't put in our system originally, which was nitrogen use efficiency. And so because it's such an important driver for many of the others, we're now working with Yara and a consortium of other companies to make this metric visible so that any product developer, any procurement specialist, any executive at any of the food companies in the world will be able to look at a product and say, what is the nitrogen use efficiency of all the crops and everything that went into producing this product? Are we on track for our planetary boundaries, or are we overshooting it, or are we not actually producing as much as we could because of under-efficiency? So this is going to visibilize a particular metric in a way that makes it immediately actionable for actors across the supply system.
And I would say from our perspective, it's a huge opportunity as the next step through tools like How Good and others that are out there that do similar or complementary work. This is what has to happen, right? We have to get these outcomes and metrics out into all of the tools that corporates might use, whether they choose Ethan's excellent tool or a different one, or they're a financial, they're an investor or a bank or an insurer. Or a national government, perhaps, and maybe we can make the link there too to how all this work can help support private sector engagement in the NBSAPs and also other pieces that are being worked through. So, I mean, it's exciting to hear this from my perspective, because we've done all this work, and now the opportunity ahead of us is to harmonize and get it out there in all the right places. And I appreciate, Anka, what you said the other day on a panel. I think you said I don't want to hear anybody saying it's all a mess. We don't know what we're talking about with Regen Ag. We've done the work. Now let's get it out there and start to really harmonize the implementation.
Yeah, I want to build up on this. This is work which is going on since many years, and researchers have worked on this their whole career. So this is not falling from the sky. This is solid research. And also the FAO has now established a sustainability performance dashboard where the NOE of countries are visible. So we are in a great moment right now, because we are coming to a common sense that this is really something we can go for. Now these activities like How Good, in combination also with tools like Cool Farm Tool Alliance, which are also able to calculate from the numbers the farmer is using to calculate the carbon footprint, also the nitrogen use efficiency, for example. It's not much more work for the farmer, and it can be automatized. So this kind of simple and pragmatic approach could help us to go the next mile and encourage farmers and the whole value chain to make every nutrient count. That's our idea. Thank you.
I'd love to hear from Arthur and Marianne. So this is one example that you're hearing. How else are you seeing some of your work kind of get into action, get into the value chain, get into use by specific companies? What are you seeing that's working? What's not working? Where do you want us to go further?
Yeah, so we are seeing these metrics in the ag-food sector to also be adopted, not as disclosure metrics for financial service institutions, but exactly to be standardized KPIs, because you can only scale financial instruments if we have standardization, right? Financial markets need standardization. So we had a panel on Monday exactly on what are some of the tools coming out. It was Bank of America, it was AXA, it was Rockefeller Foundation, it was Rabobank, etc. And of course, sort of the mainstream type product that we are seeing that's starting to use these KPIs are sustainability-linked loans, because that's what financial markets are very comfortable with, and you just add in a set of nature-related or agricultural-related KPIs. You have Rabobank, they have their biodiversity monitor, where they also bring in fertilizer and both on the pesticide and nutrient side, and tie interest rate rebates to better performance. These are all, and then the insurance piece I think is super interesting, because there is often a yield gap. I think you can talk probably more to that. So who's going to carry the cost of transition to regen ag? I think is super important, that it's not the cost of data collection and the cost of transition are not only pushed to the furthest upstream of the supply chains, but how can some of that be de-risked and be financed by others? And I think AXA, they are trialing these types of insurance products where you can insure against the yield gap, which is super interesting. And I think as they are all in the pilot stage, so they're definitely not part of sort of mainstream financial products or risk screening and risk pricing at the moment. But I think that will happen, and I think there is a big discussion and a big risk, of course, also that some of these, the more requirements you have, the easier it is to source from bigger farmers rather than smaller farmers. So there are some transition where I think policy needs to step in, regulators need to step in to help that transition to be just, and help that transition not to just shift away from some of the jurisdictions and some of the sourcing areas where you have smaller scale farmers who are much more difficult for them to live up to all these requirements. So lots of early stage innovation on the financial side, but also I think some risks which need that policy view and need that policy action.
Do you want to add something? So great to hear that AXA and Rabo and Bank of America are starting. How many banks are there in the world? How do we grow it beyond the usual suspects? This is some of my question, both on NUE and then across these metrics. Like, yes, great. The private sector, the agri-food industry has aligned on some metrics. We have some financial institutions piloting some things. We have some research happening. There's a little bit on policy starting to move in this direction. How do we get this moving faster? Because we actually just, we don't have that much time in the world to make big motion on this. So love to hear frank ideas from our panelists about how we get this moving.
So probably just one spontaneous comment: by making it a success, by creating value, by demonstrating this really works, by making basically the farmer happy. I mean, really the transformation progress, the performance will bring many more on board, I'm sure. So we need to demonstrate it really works, and then others will step in. And what we also need to acknowledge is the data quality is probably not optimum at this moment. But our experience is by using them, people understand it's really worth to invest more time and effort to improve the quality of data overall. If we just wait for perfect data, they will never come. We have to establish something, use them, and demonstrate there is value in it, and then people will also have more attention to it. Thank you.
Also, policy. We don't have time to unpack all that today, but a huge theme this week. Obviously, we're at the Global Biodiversity Conference, and they're working on this actively in the big room. So. Hundreds of billions of dollars a year globally that subsidize effectively the current model of production, and the more we can get this work into those spaces, the better, because we know that corporates who are extremely powerful in this space can work with them and can actually drive the change. So I think policy absolutely has to underpin all of this work in a huge way.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, what is the most innovative sort of policy play or regulatory play at the moment? That's the UK Infrastructure Act, right? That's built in the 10% biodiversity net gain into any infrastructure development. And you can only offset a certain percentage of that and only in the jurisdiction. So could we think about these types of requirements for other highly material sectors to actually regulate net gain into certain sectors? That could be one option. And I think the other option is also payment for ecosystem services, right? That you tie subsidies to, if it's around if it's about nitrogen, it's around freshwater provisioning, right? If you have eutrophication, that there's a cost to that. But there's also a subsidy on the positive side. If you can actually, on your farm, increase the integrity and of ecosystem services. So I think we definitely need the policy and regulators to step in, because finance is ready. I mean, they're ready, but they're not gonna be the front runners and take the risk. We need the policymakers to do that.
And if I can complement, I think I completely agree with you, and we need like the policymakers to make it positive for the farmers, because otherwise we won't manage to get there. I mean, we have in France we do have like quite a huge agricultural sector. It's playing a rude role in the whole economy, in the whole political systems, and when it comes to biodiversity and impact, they're always like reluctant on just admitting that we have impact, admitting that we need to change, because everyone pointing at us, at them and saying, okay, you need to switch the business models, you need to switch everything you've done so far without any like policy supports or without any planification and stuff. So I guess this regen agricultural system will be like, I think, the right way to get to them to say, okay, but there is a way to take it and to make it positive to you. Make it positive to you on the short run and in the long run, to respect all the engagement that we will have in the future, that all the policies that will say, okay, no more like subsidiary that are harmful for biodiversity, etc. We need to take this by this entry point, and then after all, take the line to say, okay, but then you also need to reduce your negative impact. And step by step make them move with policy support, with money support. We need to help them, otherwise we will just not have any food to feed in as human being. But I think it's great to get into that direction.
A couple minutes left. Love to hear if there are questions from the audience, things you'd love to hear from us. This guy's got one. Anybody else?
I do not want to listen to myself. Sorry about that. I hear a lot about policy need, and in the financing conversations you hear various numbers about 200 billion going for nature positive, but 7 trillion going for nature harming subsidies. In the US, the Farm Bill is one of the largest pieces of legislation, hardest to change. CAP is similar in Europe. Is anyone already working on a political strategy to get through the cordon sanitaire, the firewall created by existing lobbyists, to actually make some of the policy changes we're talking about? Because they're simple changes, right? We know technically what they should be, but politically it's very fraught, and I feel like I'm missing some sort of cutthroat political strategist here, how we get these things implemented.
You might have to become that cutthroat political strategist. We just have 2 minutes, so quick thought.
Ongoing here at COP16 to address this point. So we are at the moment of a conversation between private and public sector, and I'm very happy to hear that. Thank you.
Kiss the Ground in the US is lobbying on the Farm Bill around Regen Ag, but they're not cutthroat political strategists. So I think that's a great call, and we should make that happen.
And from our perspective, our members are the world's biggest companies, and this is an area that we're more and more focused on, is not just what they're doing in their supply chains or with their partners. How are they engaging in the political process? And we have a responsible policy engagement plank of our work that we're actively growing, and I think is a really important path ahead. One quick example: it can be done, right? We know in the U.S. through the IRA. I forget how many billions are going, 2 billion going into the Climate Smart Commodities Program, right? And we've heard from our members, CSOs of big food companies, who say, this makes a huge difference. This is a material, it changes the math for what can happen at the farm level. So it can be done. That's all I'll say about US politics for now.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think the cap is going to be renegotiated in like 2030 or something. So it's like, we can't wait for that, right? But I completely agree with Matt. If we can get sort of the Yaras and the Nestle's and the Rabobanks, etc., into the room and talk about it is a risk on the balance sheet. It is actually, we want to create solid economies. We need to go this way, and then figure a way to get the farmers in the room as well, because they are all so scared of the farmers on the streets in France, and it's just making them not act. So I think if we need to speak to the political right. That's one thing. We need to get the farmers into this conversation and exactly have a benefit out of it. Then I think we can move forward. The problem if it gets captured by a leftist sort of connotation to it, and it becomes sort of those few companies that are so powerful and they can move their supply chain around, because then it's not going to necessarily have the impact as we want. So I think those are the two elements that we need to move on, because otherwise it's going to be too slow.
Yeah. So in summary, let's see if we can keep food something that the left and the right can come together on, because we all need to eat and find a path there. And in summary, we've got a very clear unity on regenerative agriculture metrics. They link to the global disclosure standards. We've got research happening to push it forward. We have companies acting boldly to get it out there and into action. We've got the data systems in place to start to make it visible and usable across the supply system. This is one small example, but let's magnify, let's amplify, let's replicate this across the other metrics throughout the food industry so that the agri-food industry can really be a major contributor to nature positive instead of what it's currently doing. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
sala é uma sala muda. A gente só consegue falar pelo microfone, né? Tudo vai ser registrado pelo microfone. Só para vocês saberem. A gente vai ter até 13 horas e 55. Embora o grupo anterior tenha atrasado um pouquinho, eu não gosto de atrasar, porque senão eu sei que eu atrapalho a anterior. Então, a gente vai ter de 10 a 15 minutos para as falas. Tá? Eu vou blocar da seguinte maneira. Eu vou chamar primeiro o Naldo, depois a Karina e depois a Karen. E aí eu vou fazer 2 ou 3 minutos de apresentação em inglês só, para vocês saberem, caso vocês não entendam do que eu estou falando. So, for you both, for the small delay, we are probably finishing on time by 2:-5. We are a group of Brazilians in here, all of them. They are speaking in Portuguese. So while they are speaking, I'm trying to translate it in here. And the thing that I wanted you to know is that we are mentioning here a legacy which is connected to ancestral foods. Ancestral foods in the Amazon have been collected and also spread through 12,000 years. And we are talking about 225 species that were spread by human interaction with the forest. So all of the three are talking about, in one term, projects that conserve this forest, in another term, the way agroecology producers organize themselves, and in the last third, we are having a speech on how can that be applied for public policies. So this is the three sides of this conversation we are having in here. So from now on, I'm inviting Naldo, Karina, and Karen to be with us here. And they are presenting their sides from this conversation. And I'll be sitting right close to you both, so you can better listen, and I'm not interrupting them while they are presenting. For sure, between the speeches, I can give a small summary or a connection, but just for you to know what's going to happen. In the registry, it's going to be only in Portuguese, so you are probably the only ones listening in English, okay? So, Naldo, please come in here. Karina, please come in here. Karen, please come in here. You will have the floor. You're probably presenting first, and I'm staying there with them. While you finish, I will try to come around and summarize. Eu vou vir aqui quando você terminar e fazer um resumo, tá bom? Pode apresentar em português tranquilo, que eu tô ali do lado delas fazendo a tradução, tá bom? Fica à vontade. Não esquece que no YouTube só vai estar ali, ó, tá? Tá bom? Ok. So we are giving the floor to Naldo, who is a leadership there in the network of canteens in the region of River Xingu, and also named Terra do Meio. So I'm trying to translate what is that while he's speaking, and I hope you can listen. Naldo, will you start, and we can try. No? Bien. Entonces, lo que voy a hacer es ponerlas cercanas y ahí yo hago la traducción para ellas solamente. ¿Sí? Bueno. If you don't mind, jumping one step in here while they solve the question. I'm translating to you both while he speaks, because it seems they are changing the panels in here. Naldo, pode ir.
Ok.
Pode começar.
Muito boa tarde a todos e todas as minhas colegas aqui que vão estar expondo experiências aqui junto comigo. Eu me chamo Naldo Lima, sou de Altamira, no Pará, e trabalho com comunidades tradicionais há 15 anos, numa região conhecida como Terra do Meio, que fica no sudeste paraense, lá no município de Altamira. Eu também coordeno, faço parte da Secretaria Executiva da Rede Terra do Meio, antes chamada de Rede de Cantinas, que é um arranjo territorial, uma grande aliança entre povos indígenas, comunidades tradicionais extrativistas e comunidades da agricultura familiar, que moram, residem e vivem nesse bloco de áreas protegidas, unidades de conservação e terras indígenas, somando aí mais de 9 milhões de hectares de floresta protegida nessa região da Terra do Meio. É importante falar também que essa região onde vivem indígenas e extrativistas está muito próxima do grande empreendimento energético que é a hidrelétrica de Belo Monte. E a minha fala visa também fazer uma relação dos impactos que Belo Monte trouxe para essas comunidades e como que isso afetou a dinâmica local das populações indígenas e extrativistas que vivem nessa área.
Can you hear me? Okay, so I'll keep on.
Okay.
So he just mentioned how
a hidrelétrica de Belo Monte foi um grande empreendimento. Para quem conhece, trouxe impactos muito negativos para essa região, e um deles foi de impactar diretamente na dinâmica, na forma em que os indígenas, os extrativistas trabalhavam com a roça e com a floresta. Foram criados no âmbito da hidrelétrica de Belo Monte. Plano básico ambiental do componente indígena, em que o empreendedor, no modo de vida dessas comunidades, levando atividades que não condizem com o modo de vida, com a realidade local, fazendo entrega de cestas básicas de produtos industrializados, combustível, e isso interferiu negativamente na vida dessas populações, porque elas começaram a parar de ir para a roça, de plantar, criaram uma dependência muito grande dos produtos que vinham da cidade para dentro das comunidades. Então, toda aquela variedade que se tinha nas roças, antigamente começaram a se perder ao longo do tempo. Para se ter uma ideia, até a farinha de mandioca, que é um produto que faz parte ali da base alimentar dos indígenas e dos ribeirinhos, chegou um tempo que não se encontrava mais na região, que as pessoas já não estavam mais colocando roças. Então, somado a isso também, a entrada de produtos industrializados dentro das comunidades foi fazendo com que os indígenas, os extrativistas parassem de produzir. Né? E a Rede Terra do Meio, como um dos objetivos dela, é promover o bem-estar dessas comunidades, valorizando o modo de vida, a cultura, os saberes. Começamos a olhar com muita preocupação para essa situação. E a partir de 2023, no ano passado, através de uma política pública nacional chamada Programa Nacional de Aquisição de Alimentos, começamos a discutir, junto com a Conab, num processo de co-construção, de uma proposta que pudesse fazer com que as pessoas voltassem a produzir produtos da roça, buscar outros produtos na mata que até então estava se perdendo, né, porque principalmente as crianças, os mais jovens, não conheciam e estavam então perdendo essa cultura de se alimentar com produtos que a floresta oferecia. Então começamos a pensar numa proposta e em 2023 a gente conseguiu, através da Rede Terra do Meio, aprovar um projeto junto à Conab, que é a Companhia Nacional de Abastecimento no Brasil, um órgão brasileiro, que aprovou um projeto de R$1,5 milhão para garantir a compra de produtos da agricultura familiar, da floresta, dos roçados dessas comunidades. Esse projeto é esse que eu trago aqui a apresentação. A gente atua dentro dessa rede são 12 territórios, mas por enquanto o projeto só conseguiu chegar a 11. Desses 12, 8 são terras indígenas, 4 são unidades de conservação federal, 3 reservas extrativistas e uma unidade de proteção integral. Já conseguimos alcançar 400 fornecedores, sendo um dado muito importante desse nosso projeto é que 70% desses 400 fornecedores são mulheres, o que o projeto também busca incentivar, né, o protagonismo da mulher na floresta. Trabalhamos com 73 tipos de alimentos, então desde farinha, tapioca, o peixe, a outros produtos que estavam se perdendo dentro da comunidade, perdendo conhecimento, né? Então a gente até chama de produtos da floresta, né? São produtos que já não eram mais nem conhecidos ali no meio às vezes da etnia ou da comunidade. No total, nós já entregamos, desde que o projeto iniciou, em novembro do ano passado, nós já entregamos 48 mil quilos de alimento, ou seja, 40 toneladas de alimento, que estão sendo utilizados para combater a fome na cidade de Altamira. Então, a gente cadastra unidades recebedoras, principalmente de assistência social, que direciona esses alimentos para as famílias que estão em vulnerabilidade na cidade. E uma outra parte desse alimento está ficando na comunidade para alimentar as crianças nas escolas. Começamos a perceber também que a prefeitura estava mandando muito produto industrializado. Havia uma rejeição grande por parte das crianças e a gente começou também a cadastrar as escolas para serem recebedoras de produtos que estavam sendo entregues pela própria comunidade. Então, ao mesmo tempo que você gera renda para a comunidade, você também garante a soberania alimentar, que as crianças começam a consumir aqueles produtos que elas estão acostumadas a consumir nas suas casas, na sua vida ali no dia a dia. Um outro dado importante do projeto também diz respeito à renda, que nesse período aí de menos de um ano nós conseguimos produzir uma renda interna na comunidade de R$418 mil. Então aqui na apresentação são os números dos territórios onde a gente atua, né? E aqui eu tenho algumas imagens, né, dos produtos sendo entregues nas escolas, ingá, milho, cana e outros produtos que não estão nas imagens, mas como eu falei, é uma diversidade de mais de 70 produtos que estão dentro desse nosso projeto. É importante ressaltar que projetos como esse, que é uma política pública nacional e que assim, nós tivemos que fazer uma incidência política muito forte para fazer com que as comunidades pudessem acessar esse projeto, que quem conhece os projetos de cunho públicos, né, geralmente eles vêm muito engessados, eles não são adequados à realidade das comunidades tradicionais e dos povos indígenas. Então, tivemos que fazer uma incidência junto à Conab, e isso refletiu numa mudança na política pública, que foi uma portaria criada para permitir que as comunidades tradicionais pudessem participar sem obrigatoriamente apresentar o CAF, que é aquele documento que identifica, né, o cadastro da agricultura familiar, porque essas comunidades elas não têm assistência técnica constante, então a dificuldade para conseguir esse documento é enorme, e uma das estratégias foi justamente de fazer uma mudança nessa exigência para que as comunidades tradicionais pudessem participar e garantir que nós tivéssemos um projeto com uma pluralidade não só de produtos, mas também de pessoas. Então, esse projeto mostra para a gente que políticas públicas bem adequadas, elas podem contribuir com o manejo, com a diversidade desses produtos que são manejados por essas comunidades tradicionais. Importante falar também que quando as comunidades tradicionais elas manejam uma diversidade de produtos, elas garantem uma renda o ano inteiro, elas conseguem percorrer a floresta durante vários dias do ano, e com isso elas conseguem prestar um serviço social de proteção ao território, de conservação da biodiversidade, de conservação da floresta. Então, ele é um projeto muito abrangente, que ele vai desde a geração de renda, do combate à fome, do resgate cultural, da soberania alimentar, mas, sobretudo, de uma prestação de serviço para a sociedade que reflete na conservação da floresta e na biodiversidade, que é muito importante para a vida. Então, eu queria trazer essa nossa experiência da Terra do Meio para essa nossa conversa agora. Achei muito oportuno e agradeço a oportunidade. Obrigado, Rodrigo.
So now we are going from the forest to the agroecology projects. I could be there; it doesn't have to be here. So Karina is welcome to. Mas, pero acá hablo em português ou em inglês? Em português. Tá bem. Bom, a Karina agora vai apresentar, então, basicamente. E aí, eu queria muito conectar que tem uma organização dessas redes que faz com que vocês acessem os mercados. E a Karina vai falar especificamente de como os SPGs estão organizados mais no sul também do país. E é isso.
Bom dia, boa tarde já, né, todo mundo. Agradeço a oportunidade também de estar aqui compartilhando essa experiência que eu tenho muito orgulho de fazer parte. Também agradeço a presença de todo mundo, é uma honra compartilhar esse espaço. O que eu vou compartilhar com vocês é uma experiência não exclusiva, mas que iniciou no Brasil. E é uma ferramenta muito interessante que envolve desde a produção de alimentos orgânicos até a comercialização, seja direta para consumidores finais, em feiras, deliveries de alimentos orgânicos ou até em compras públicas como o PA e o PENAI. Então, esse processo se chama SPG, que é o Sistema Participativo de Garantia. Então, no Brasil, a gente tem uma lei federal que regulamenta o que é um alimento orgânico, o que não é um alimento orgânico. Fazendo um parêntese, que a gente está falando aqui um pouco mais de mercado, né? Porque os alimentos agroecológicos, por mais que não sejam certificados, também são alimentos livres de agrotóxicos, cultivados de forma benéfica, de impacto positivo à natureza. Mas voltando aqui nessa parte de mercados, falando de alimentos e mercados, no Brasil a gente tem essa lei federal, que a gente pode ter o nosso selo de orgânico, alimento orgânico. Para ter esse selo federal, a gente tem duas formas de conseguir. Uma é por terceira parte, né, que a gente chama de sistema de auditoria, o qual a gente paga uma empresa, pode ser o IBD, Ecocert, Tecpar. A gente tem algumas empresas que oferecem esse serviço. Então, eles vão nas propriedades, eles fazem as auditorias e, se tiver tudo ok, a gente ganha o certificado. Só que isso custa, né? Não só custa, como também faz parte de um grande mercado de selos, porque daí a gente começa a colecionar selos ali, né, nos nossos produtos. E o SPG, ele tem, apesar de ter como resultado final o selo de orgânico para você poder abrir portas para acessar mercados, ele não tem esse viés tão comercial de uma coleção de selos. É muito mais uma abertura de portas mesmo. E o SPG, ele começou no Brasil e hoje já tem mais de 100 países utilizando essa metodologia. E mesmo dentro do Brasil já tem mais de 28 SPGs, né? É uma ferramenta que inspirou outros países, apesar de outros países não usarem essa metodologia como uma certificação oficial, como é no Brasil. Então, no Brasil, a gente tem o nosso selo federal. Alguns países acharam essa ferramenta tão interessante como uma organização social mesmo, de grupos de agricultores e agricultoras, que usam essa ferramenta, mesmo que o governo não reconheça esse selo como um selo federal do país, né? Mas o que eu queria trazer aqui para essa roda de conversa é que beleza, a gente está organizado, né, em grupos de agricultores, que se organizam em núcleos, que se organizam em SPGs, em redes. Mas uma vez que a gente está organizado em rede, para poder ter como objetivo o certificado, a gente faz muito mais. Então, trazendo um pouco a apresentação da rede que eu faço parte da Rede Ecovida de Agroecologia. É uma das primeiras SPGs do Brasil. A gente está localizado nos 3 estados do Sul. Somos mais de 3.000 famílias produzindo e comercializando alimentos orgânicos. E no meu núcleo que eu faço parte, que é da região metropolitana de Curitiba, a gente tem mais de 500 famílias fazendo o mesmo trabalho. E o que a gente faz, né? Além de ter esse selo, quais são os benefícios que essa rede nos traz como agricultores? Uma vez que a gente está organizado, a gente precisa pensar ali desde do plantio até o consumidor final. Então, começando ali pelo plantio, a gente promove festas e feiras de sementes crioulas. Então é uma forma da gente acessar sementes orgânicas, porque no caso do Brasil, a gente sabe que a gente pode ter um produto orgânico certificado, mas dependendo do ciclo dessa planta, por exemplo, uma rúcula, que leva 20 dias, se a gente não tem uma semente orgânica, 20 dias na terra, não é o suficiente para a gente poder ter um alimento limpo, né? Então o acesso a sementes crioula, semente orgânica, é muito importante para a gente dar continuidade para o nosso trabalho, não só para garantir que o produto é orgânico, limpo, livre de agrotóxicos, mas também para dar uma soberania de acesso às sementes, porque muitas vezes o acesso à semente pelo mercado tanto é difícil de encontrar, quanto é custoso. Então, a gente se organizando em forma de rede para poder acessar essas sementes, promove uma liberdade, uma segurança e uma soberania para as famílias. Outra coisa que a gente, por estar organizado em SPG, conseguiu executar e de uma forma muito exitosa, são as redes de comercialização, de circuitos de comercialização. Então, a gente participa e promove circuitos curtos de comercialização e até circuitos longos. Então, circuitos curtos, a gente faz essa logística dos alimentos em regiões menores. Por exemplo, ali no meu núcleo, a gente entrega para o PA e para o PENAI. Então, a gente se organizou em formas de cooperativa e, lembrando, tudo relacionado ao SPG. O início de toda essa organização foi porque a gente parte de um sistema participativo de garantia. Então, a gente conseguiu se organizar em formas de cooperativa para tanto produzir de forma organizada, para eu não ficar produzindo berinjela, você berinjela, e na hora que a gente vai vender para o mercado, a gente tem um problema de excesso de um produto e falta de outro, né? Então, a gestão e a logística de entrega para que as crianças das escolas consigam acessar um alimento orgânico e a gente consiga ter uma garantia de venda desses produtos. E no caso do Brasil, se você tem o certificado de orgânico, você ganha 30% mais no preço da venda. E algumas prefeituras, depende da articulação, né, priorizam a compra desses alimentos se são orgânicos. E aí, falando de circuitos longos, lá na minha cidade, por exemplo, a gente não consegue colher manga, a gente não consegue colher mamão, porque é um clima frio. Então, mas o meu cliente lá na feira, ele quer manga, ele quer mamão, e se eu não tiver na minha barraca de orgânico, ele vai sair dali da feira, eu faço feira também, então só um parêntese, e vai no mercado. Ele não vai deixar de comer manga, não vai deixar de comer mamão. E a gente, para poder oferecer uma maior diversidade de alimentos nessas feiras, a gente busca em parceiros que estão em climas que produzem esses alimentos que a gente não produz. Então, uma vez que a gente organiza circuitos de comercialização, de logística, para buscar essa manga, esse mamão e trazer para a nossa região um alimento orgânico de qualidade, a gente já não está deslocando um caminhão para buscar essa manga, esse mamão. Por que não aproveitar essa logística para levar brócolis, para levar couve-flor, para levar algumas, principalmente vegetais, que em climas mais quentes e muitas vezes com dificuldade de acesso à água, não tem. Então, a gente conseguiu se organizar e essa experiência é muito exitosa e ajuda todas as pessoas que, inclusive, a gente consegue trazer para o PENAI, para o PAI, das nossas regiões, esses alimentos que não são produzidos nas nossas regiões e levar alimentos que não são produzidos em outras regiões através desses circuitos de comercializações. Quando a gente fala de agroecologia, a gente sabe que a gente não está só focado na produção. A agroecologia ela não é só uma forma de produzir alimentos limpos, alimentos orgânicos, mas também é uma formação, é uma organização social, é político também. Então a gente, nas nossas redes, a gente tem constantes workshops e formações na promoção da agroecologia. Então a gente tem workshops de cultivo de semente, de mudas, a gente também tem workshops para os jovens, para trazer mais jovens para as nossas redes, assim como a gente, inclusive, vem trazendo bastante a temática do feminismo mesmo, de gênero, porque a gente acredita muito que um alimento orgânico, um alimento agroecológico, ele não é só necessariamente sem resíduo de agrotóxico, né, ou cultivado num sistema orgânico. Mas vamos imaginar uma situação. A gente tem um morango, por exemplo, orgânico, certificado com selo, mas a pessoa que cultivou esse morango está sofrendo violência, por exemplo, na sua casa. Na nossa rede, né, a gente acredita que esse alimento ele não é agroecológico, ele não é orgânico. Então a gente está constantemente também promovendo oficinas e workshops para tratar de temas que estão dentro da nossa causa, que estão dentro da agroecologia, né? E aí a gente também trabalha com advocacy, que seria essa parte mesmo da gente ir para Brasília, fazer as nossas lutas. Então, por exemplo, agora a gente teve um desafio muito grande em aprovar o nosso Plano Nacional de Agroecologia, né? Porque o nosso governo não queria fazer o lançamento do programa junto com o Programa Nacional de Agroecologia e Alimentação Orgânica, o programa de redução de agrotóxicos. E a gente, como sociedade civil, por estar organizados em rede, conseguiu mobilizar o governo e fazer com que o nosso presidente Lula assinasse o nosso Plano Nacional de Agroecologia somente se, junto com esse plano, a gente conseguisse colocar o plano de redução de agrotóxicos juntos. Porque o MAPA, que é o Ministério da Agricultura, não queria fazer essa junção de planos nacionais. E foi através da mobilização das redes que a gente conseguiu se articular e conseguiu, né, recentemente, que o nosso presidente assinasse o Plano Nacional de Agroecologia. Então, esses são só alguns exemplos que a gente consegue ter estando organizado em redes. E é só uma forma de mostrar como a articulação, né, dos agricultores em redes é muito potente para a gente fazer a agroecologia realmente ser real, realmente ser muito além de uma forma só de produzir alimentos orgânicos. Então, e isso ajuda muito também os agricultores e agricultoras, porque quando a gente faz uma comparação do valor que é você ter o certificado através de uma empresa e você ter o certificado através de um SPG, é gritante a diferença, né? Então, assim, a gente também consegue trazer o selo orgânico federal de uma forma mais inclusiva para as pessoas que nem querem pagar empresa ou nem podem disponibilizar ou não tem esse recurso para poder ter um selo, né? Então, é uma forma de democratizar o acesso ao mercado a alimentos de qualidade. Essa é a experiência que eu gostaria de compartilhar com vocês. Se vocês tiverem interesse em conhecer mais, tem muito material hoje na internet que fala sobre os sistemas participativos de garantia, que é uma ferramenta social, econômica e, claro, também de promoção à agroecologia em combate, né, à crise climática e também frente à mitigação da crise climática. Obrigada.
Ok, agora eu entendi que quem está falando, quem está vendo em português só vai entender por aqui, receber por aqui, né? Então, Karina, obrigado demais. Eu acho que a gente está falando de duas formas de se organizar, uma mais conectada com a floresta e uma bem conectada com uma roça que já foi tradicional e hoje pode ser uma roça agroecológica. E eu acho que a gente pode tentar fechar com a Karen, se você conseguir puxar, Karen, porque eu sei que você trabalha com as políticas públicas, para a parte de políticas públicas que garantem que esses alimentos cheguem para a população que realmente mais precisa. Então é isso, bem-vinda, Karen. Pode ficar.
Muito obrigada, Fabrício. Um prazer estar aqui com vocês num debate tão importante e que foge um pouco a curva, né, dos debates aqui dentro da Conferência de Biodiversidade. Quero deixar também, assim, meus parabéns para o Naldo, para a Karina, pelo trabalho que vocês desenvolvem lá na ponta, porque faz a gente acreditar. Porque a gente sabe que é importante a política pública para dar escala, mas se a gente não vê a coisa acontecendo lá na ponta, não adianta nada, né? Então é um caminho de mão dupla. Então parabéns pelo trabalho de vocês. Fabrício me deu uma tarefa aqui um pouco difícil, né? Mas eu queria comentar com vocês que tudo isso a gente vem trabalhando dentro do conceito da bioeconomia, né? Bioeconomia, são muitas as bioeconomias, a gente discute esse assunto. É um conceito, inclusive, que ainda não existe um consenso total dentro da agenda internacional, mas recentemente, no âmbito do G20, como vocês sabem, esse ano o Brasil, né, é presidente do G20, e dentro de um esforço coletivo, inclusive com ampla participação da sociedade civil, foi criado um grupo de apoio ao que é a bioeconomia, onde, ao final, foram estabelecidos 10 princípios. E aí aqui eu quero trazer o meu primeiro destaque quando a gente fala da questão da bioeconomia, no contexto quer seja da agroecologia, no contexto da economia da floresta. É a economia centrada nas pessoas. Então, assim, não importa de qual bioeconomia nós vamos estar discutindo, se é a biotecnologia, se é bioinsumos, se é a economia da floresta, mas é uma bioeconomia que respeita salvaguardas sociais, ambientais, climáticas e culturais, né? Então, esses 10 princípios que foram estabelecidos nesse contexto, nesse esforço coletivo no G20, traz para a agenda internacional, né, essa perspectiva de integração entre pessoas, conservação ambiental e desenvolvimento sustentável. Então, esse é o primeiro ponto. O segundo ponto é como que nós traduzimos isso dentro de um processo de conservação ambiental, né? Eu, por exemplo, eu sou da The Nature Conservancy, nós somos uma organização de conservação ambiental global, nós focamos nas pessoas, mas o nosso objetivo final é uma entrega de um resultado de conservação ambiental. Então, nesse sentido, hoje a gente olha para a bioeconomia, principalmente num país com florestas tropicais, e aí eu estou falando da Amazônia, mas eu estou falando da Mata Atlântica também, estou falando dos Pampas, estou falando do Cerrado, onde a gente pode ter uma economia sustentável, com o uso sustentável dos recursos florestais, associado à produção e uso de outros produtos e geração de renda para as pessoas que vivem na floresta e da floresta, né? E aí a gente cria, então, esse conceito da economia da sociobiodiversidade, né? Então, hoje, dentro do Brasil, existe um esforço, né, de fortalecer os pequenos produtores familiares, as comunidades indígenas e tradicionais, dentro desse conceito, valorizando a floresta em pé, ao mesmo tempo, né, que gera resultado, emprego e renda. E traz para nós também um produto, né, para o nosso consumo de maior qualidade, né, um produto que quando a gente fala de trazer as pessoas, né, para o centro da conversa, um produto que também cuida da nossa saúde, né? E aí vem todo o conceito de agroecologia que Karina aqui falou super bem, não apenas do produto em si, mas também de toda a energia que está envolvida. Então aí tem questões de saúde, tem questões de educação, tem questões de segurança, né, que também estão refletidas dentro desse processo. Então, nesse contexto, o governo brasileiro resolveu, então, criar uma política nacional de bioeconomia que agrega, né, que busca um planejamento integrado entre essas diferentes iniciativas, procurando trazer uma sinergia entre os diferentes programas que já existem, mas trazendo para dentro desse contexto e fazendo um recorte especial, né, para essa economia da sociobiodiversidade. Isso faz com que a gente tenha um diferencial de valor agregado ao nosso produto, né? A Karina comentou aqui sobre a questão do reconhecimento, né, da certificação, que é, sim, importante, é um ponto necessário dentro da construção desse conceito, da construção desse debate, mas que faz com que o nosso produto realmente seja visto de uma maneira diferenciada, né, pelo mercado. Isso ainda é um desafio, né, obviamente, mas é um desafio que, com um pouco de segurança jurídica, que muito possivelmente, ao final desse processo de construção da política nacional, nós vamos conseguir alcançar, né? E quando eu falo nós, é porque esse é um trabalho de todos nós, né? De quem está lá na ponta, né? Quer seja a comunidade tradicional, quer seja o produtor, né? Quer seja todo esse resgate de culturas que estão envolvidos nesse processo, nós na sociedade civil, a academia, né, que também tem um papel fundamental no sentido de fazer uma transferência de tecnologia, de conhecimento também, que valorize ainda mais esse produto, né? Todo o debate também sobre o conhecimento tradicional que está associado ao uso da floresta, ao uso sustentável dos recursos naturais, ao uso dos produtos da floresta e com a sua consequente repartição de benefícios, e também o setor privado e financeiro, que começa a olhar para esse produto, né, que vem da economia como uma oportunidade de negócios. Então, ao construir uma política pública, né, com os seus planos de ação, você consegue dar uma escala. A primeira coisa que a política, uma política pública nacional nos traz, nos facilita, é dar escala ao processo e garantir condições, né, de execução e de funcionamento. Esse é outro ponto importante dentro desse destaque. Agora, o fato também da gente ter a Política Nacional de Bioeconomia, que no caso, né, como eu comentei com vocês, é um processo que está em construção pelo governo brasileiro, que inclusive está fazendo um esforço bastante significativo de escutar todos os setores da sociedade, fazer realmente um processo participativo. Existe a necessidade de uma visão integrada, porque isso não se sustenta sozinho. Quando a gente fala da bioeconomia, por exemplo, o Naldo estava falando lá do cenário de Altamira. Nós temos problemas de escoamento da produção que são sérios, né? Para aquele produto chegar até Altamira e ser comercializado, muitas vezes são 2 dias de barco para conseguir chegar. Não tem estrada, né? Não tem como você muitas vezes levar o produto para a feira. Então, não dá para a gente olhar a Política Nacional de Bioeconomia só enquanto política de bioeconomia. Se ela não tiver outras políticas também associadas dentro dos programas de governo, a gente não consegue alcançar os resultados e o impacto necessário. Então, políticas de infraestrutura, políticas de assistência técnica, políticas de acesso a crédito são fundamentais. Nesse sentido, a gente pode discutir 4 eixos que são chave, que são base no processo de construção desse processo. O primeiro é a assistência técnica rural, né? Nós ainda temos no Brasil um desafio grande de levar essa assistência técnica rural de qualidade até o pequeno produtor, né? Até aquela comunidade tradicional, até aquele grupo indígena, que ele sim detém o conhecimento tradicional do processo, mas quando a gente fala de bioeconomia, a gente começa a falar de escala. E aí, para dar escala na comercialização, você precisa da assistência técnica. E sem isso, a gente não consegue fechar esse ciclo. A outra questão é linha de crédito, é financiamento, né? Nós temos os programas que realmente do produto gerado, mas, por outro lado, nós temos dificuldade de ter linhas de crédito diferenciada para o pequeno produtor, né? Ou para os grupos indígenas, ou para os grupos das comunidades tradicionais. Porque as linhas de crédito hoje vigentes, elas exigem uma qualificação que muitas vezes é muito difícil comprovar. Então, esse é outro trabalho que precisa ser feito também dentro desse contexto de escala, né, para fortalecer cada vez mais as redes. E no nosso caso, no Brasil, nós temos mais 2 outros desafios. A nossa legislação, nós temos um Código Florestal bastante forte, bastante interessante, mas de difícil implementação. Então, ele prevê a regularização ambiental do território. A regularização ambiental, dependendo do bioma ao qual nós estamos nos referindo, prevê a reserva legal e áreas de proteção permanente dentro dos nossos territórios, e aí pode ser desde da pequena propriedade ou mesmo dentro dos assentamentos, e nós temos a obrigação de fazer a regularização ambiental por meio da restauração, da recuperação das áreas degradadas, que é estabelecida dentro dos percentuais dados pelo Código. Então, fazer a regularização ambiental, que é o cadastro ambiental rural, e, consequentemente, após isso, o programa de restauração para que atenda aos requisitos da nossa legislação, e aí cada propriedade tem que ter o seu percentual de área protegida, muitas vezes também é um desafio. E por não ter a regularização ambiental, a gente cai no outro problema do acesso ao crédito, porque aí o banco não aceita. E, por fim, nós ainda temos um problema grande no Brasil, principalmente na região amazônica, da regularização fundiária, né, que é o título, né, realmente ter a posse da terra, né, reconhecida pelo governo, e com isso ter todas as condições necessárias para que a produção econômica aconteça com a segurança jurídica necessária e, a partir daí, ganhar escala. Então, o que eu trago aqui para a nossa reflexão nessa roda de conversa é que, para fortalecer redes tão importantes como a que o Naldo e que a Karina nos apresentou, é fundamental que esse conjunto de políticas públicas trabalhe de forma integrada, né, para um alcance final que seja positivo para todos. E, com isso, é um jogo de ganha-ganha, né? Quanto mais a gente investe em iniciativas como as redes, com políticas públicas bem estruturadas e bem-sucedidas, melhores serão os resultados. Muito obrigada.
Para quem chegou agora há pouco, a gente está finalizando o painel, basicamente com as 3 experiências que a gente tentou focar aqui, que são as redes relacionadas com a floresta, as redes relacionadas com a agroecologia no Sul, mas também como que isso está sendo visto no nível das políticas públicas e das traduções para outra escala. Eu queria... A gente, infelizmente, começou um pouquinho atrasado, mas eu queria tentar finalizar mesmo às 13h55, que eu imagino que deve estar em cima do tempo, porque esse painel é realmente só da hora do almoço, só de 50 minutinhos. A gente teve um registro que aconteceu no YouTube dessa fala, e eu acho que é muito importante que aqui no âmbito da Conferência da Biodiversidade, a gente deixe claro que no Brasil a gente tem décadas de acúmulo em relação à organização de quem produz alimentos. E isso faz com que a gente consiga olhar para a produção de alimentos como alternativa de produção de conservação de biodiversidade. Não precisamos inventar muitas coisas, a gente precisa trazer essas experiências para cá. É por isso que eu queria muito que vocês estivessem aqui, que vocês falassem, para a gente poder registrar isso e deixar claro que nas conferências da biodiversidade no Brasil tem muita coisa para a gente trazer. É isso, e para for our friends still listening in English, I will make the translation in the end. But thank you so much, e muito obrigado para todo mundo que acompanhou aqui com a gente. Valeu.
So we'll start in about 5 minutes. For making it to this session towards the almost the end of COP. Thanks for your energy and thanks for your time. Today we're going to spend about an hour talking about mountains to mangroves. Mountains to mangroves is one project that is of key strategic importance to Conservation International. And it is one of the largest restoration and conservation initiatives in the history of South Asia. This initiative focuses on the Eastern Himalayan region. The Eastern Himalayan region, as many of you know, is home to the world's tallest mountains. The world's tallest mountains give rise to two of the biggest rivers. These two big rivers create the largest delta on Earth. And this large delta is guarded by the world's biggest mangrove forest. And between these mountains and the mangroves live about 12% of the entire world's biodiversity and 240 million people, making this the most densely populated biodiversity hotspot in the world. Almost exactly a year ago, with many of you in the room, we stood together and launched a very ambitious plan. And I must say that many of us were a little bit scared because this plan seemed very ambitious. And the ambitious plan was to protect and restore 1 million hectares of land of this decade. To make this very ambitious plan seem achievable, we broke this down and created the first portfolio for action. This first portfolio covered about 60,000 hectares of land and spread from the mountains all the way down to the mangroves. 1 year on, we're very happy to say that work is underway. The first trees are on the ground. And we're actually going to use the time that we have today to talk about what we've achieved in the year. That has been a great Kickstarter for the work that we yet have to achieve, and focus a little bit more on what is it that we have to do together for us to collectively be able to achieve our goals by the end of this very important decade for nature and climate action. With that, I'd request for the video to be played. And till the video goes online, I'll ask you to watch key things. This video has been made after very intensive trainings of young people across the region. And through this video, we want to combine both visuals of the very beautiful place that the Eastern Himalayas is, but also tell you what young people in the region think and are doing.
This is the planet's greatest untold story of nature and people, from the world's tallest mountains to the world's largest mangrove forest and the world's most densely populated treasure trove of biodiversity. It's a story from Bangladesh, from Bhutan, from India, from Nepal. 1 year ago, Conservation International started work with partners on a bold vision to halt deforestation in the region.
And 1 year on, we have the big news.
Introducing Mountains to Mangroves, Conservation International's partnership with the people of the Eastern Himalayas. All across the region, trees are now going into the ground. We have kick-started the first wave of our work that will see 60,000 hectares protected and restored. This is the first step on a journey that will see 1 billion new trees planted, protecting and restoring 1 million hectares of forest land. We are doing this for nature and our beautiful wildlife. We are doing this for our people, and we are ready to share our story with the world. From the mountains to the mangroves, we're just getting started.
So this video was launched as part of a year one campaign about 36 hours ago. And I'm very happy to announce that this has already reached about 1.5 million people. And that tells you the power of young people telling their own stories. The reason why we have an almost obsessive focus on storytelling is because we know that unless the world knows about the importance of the region, we will never be able to raise the kind of support that we need work to happen in the region. So this is the beginning of a large campaign to bring the Eastern Himalayas to the world and to bring support of the world, including many decision makers in this room and at this conference, to ensure that we finish our million hectares goal by the end of this year. Now, with this, I'd like to invite Patricia from Conservation International onto the stage, Karma Sharing from the Bhutan Trust Fund, Nakul Chetri from ICIMOD, and Kazi Hawk from Friendship NGO. And I'll hand over to Patricia to moderate the session, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Saurav. It's great to be with you guys. Can you guys hear me? Okay. It's hard in these silent rooms to understand whether you guys can hear me or not, but I'm glad that you can. Well, so I have the complicated role of moderating this session. They are the experts, not me. But it's lovely to be with you all, and thank you so much for coming, and thanks so much for joining this conversation. As Saurabh said, this is an incredibly important priority for CI. We had been working in the Himalayas in the past as a channeling funding from CEPF, from the Critical Ecosystem Partnership Fund, but we have never had real presence on the ground, working directly. With this project, what we are truly trying to do is fix that and have more impact in South Asia, and really for the benefit not only of nature and people, but also for climate. So I'm delighted to be here with Kazi from Friendship, Nakul from ICIMOD, and Dr. Karma from the Bhutan Trust Fund. And I am going to start with you, Kazi, because I think it's incredibly important for you to share with us. You are from Bangladesh, an incredibly important country for mangroves, where mangroves have been heavily damaged, and also an incredibly populated country. So our strategy of working in this in Bangladesh is related to our ability to restore the wonderful power that mangroves have for nature and climate. But what I would like you to tell us a little bit more is, what is the impact that these have on people? Why are we doing this? How are they benefiting? What's happening? Tell us the story.
Hello. Hello. Again, this is Kazi from Friendship in Bangladesh. Thank you, Patricia. First of all, Friendship working in Bangladesh last 2 decades, and we working both north and southern part of the country. And we have integrated approach for health, education, economic opportunity, and brides, plenty other programs. At one point, you realize very difficult to sustain the impact of those programs if we can't protect people, because in the coastal belt, people are struggling for their survival, for their livelihood opportunities, and for their safety, everything, assets. So we realized then Bangladesh known for its largest mangroves forest in the planet, and we realized the mangroves, a nature-based solution, can help us to sustain the intervention we are taking forward. And keeping this in consideration, we had dialogue with the people, local communities, and with their indigenous knowledge. We didn't jump, to sow the seed and plantation. We just invested time to listen to them, what they feel. They have true knowledge and they have trust. And I ask people, I remember a lady, women, and I asked her, and why Sundarban what is Sundarban? Tell me about Sundarban. She mentioned Sundarban is our mother. So, the interpretation of this single sentence, the way Sundarban helped them to survive, to protect, and for feeding. So finally, we learned from them, we prepare mapping with them, and then we started plantation. And we engaged community to collect, particularly women, to collect seeds from the river and these floats, and they prepare the nursery and they prepare saplings. And they participated in the plantation program, and meantime around 200 hectares and 600,000 trees planted. And these are the people, when they go for plantation, the day like is a festival. And in 6-7 years, we started in 2018. Then they had 50-50 feeling or belief in the results, because they are frustrated, they are depressed, they are suffering. But when we conducted midterm survey last year, we realized more than 90%, 37% trusted we can bring back our nature, we can bring back our biodiversity. And now 92% they believe, yes, it's possible. And now 53% they say the concentration of fish and crab increased. And around 37% they said they can get cattle, grasses and other things, for their livestock. And 10.5% they indicated, that the insects increasing. The overall the plantation what we have done so far is our calculation 100,000 people protected from storm, tidal surge. It's huge. So and finally the ultimate things, people are now taking care of mangroves by engaging caretaker and everything. So lifestyle changes, protection of feeling of protection, feeling of safety, and access to livelihood opportunity. So I can tell you, for Bangladesh, the mangrove forest is the source for 30% fish catch. 2,000 tons per year honey and bees and all those things, they can earn from this Sundarban forest. It's huge. This can reduce biodiversity finance gap.
Not only that, but can you hear me? Yes. Okay. It's really hard, this system, honestly. Not only that, in terms of biodiversity finance gap, but what you are doing is engaging effectively the local communities to biodiversity and climate solution. And I just came from a panel, where are we? There, in the GEF, where I was closing a conversation of women guardian of the mangroves. And this is an initiative that started in Costa Rica, but is all over the world. And we need to get the women of your communities to join that network, because, the only and working together, we're going to make it happen faster. Let me just follow up a little bit more in terms of the numbers that you were mentioning. Can you tell us how many, what is needed for scaling up this work further? What do you think? How can we take this to, you said it, Bangladesh is the largest mangrove forest of the world. We're losing it. How do we make sure that we turn this around? What do you need to take this to scale?
And before that, just I give you an indication the importance of mangroves in Bangladesh. In Bangladesh, the biodiversity loss cost around $6.4 or $5 billion, and it's around close to 3.4% of our GDP. So, and we don't have any magic. So we found the magic tray is mangroves. So that it's very difficult to help you to understand the feeling of people. When they feel protected, that is hope, that is the dignity, and that they can find their own way to proceed for their better life. So salinity increased last 35 years, 21%. Tropical cyclone, almost 1.4% increase. So Sundarban, the forest area, coastal area, this mangroves now is a nature-based barrier for them to protect them. And now for scaling up, we have hundreds of thousands of hectares of river bank, which we can implement mangroves plantation. And people are now every day. People are now, urging, local government, people's forest department are very much involved in the whole process, urging, please make sure mangroves plantation. It's not only carbon sequestration issue. It's they can get, when people are around several million people in Bangladesh depends on the forest, And when they have no earning opportunity because losing their crops, vegetables, everything, the only option the forest. And then people, when they're heading for forest, their family have no idea whether he will back or not. It's a very pirates and tigers, snakes, so many things. Now they are getting their opportunity close to their door, and they are their fish, crab, honey, the branches, everything is close to their door, and they know the nature, and they know the win-win adjustment with the nature. They know the art of living with nature, and the peace. What you say, they can smell the peace and they can feel the peace. So that I would urge the investment from the global community and the investors, corporates. If you invest $1, you'll get return $9. It's proven. So that if we can help these people, one tree, 5 years, we make sure alternate livelihood opportunity for the community in need, and so that they will reduce their dependency on the forest. So that one tree for 5 years, protection, growing, raising, and livelihood opportunity, everything, $5. So investing $5 lifelong. Though you say mention the community benefits, actually I must say no. The whole world getting benefits. Yeah, they're sowing the seed in the Bangladesh community, and benefit is for the whole world, goes to whole world. So carbon sequestration 3 to 4 times higher than tropical forest. So that the whole world, let's recognize them, that appreciate them. These poor women never been in city, never use car, never saw AC, air conditioner, never use washing machine. They are suffering about the emission, and they are not only suffering, they are contributing to reduce the emission, to reduce carbon storage.
And the lovely thing is that you are empowering them to make that happen.
Yes, that's the important. The women we call cash for seed. Women are preparing the whole plan. You never know. It will be very difficult for you to understand if you don't see the way they can understand trees. Every morning we have the data. I know when our women are mostly caretakers, every morning they visit the plantation area. They make sure if the dead tree, they replace the tree. And now we have a bit trouble for the shrimp farm. Now they are united to stop shrimp farming and to increase the mangrove plantations. So they are now advocate, they are now caretaker, and they are now fighter for climate change and biodiversity being back.
Fabulous. Nakul, let me move into you because we need data for making sure that this is actually, that we can demonstrate that this is working. And Kazi was mentioning a number of data points of how he sees things changing, not only in terms of the coverage of mangroves and the reduction of the salinity, but also in terms of the impact to local communities and the benefits that they're seeing. So ICIMOD is an organization that is a science organization. You guys are specialists in data and managing information. Tell us a little bit more about how your organization helps us ensure that large-scale conservation and restoration initiative like the Mountains to Mangroves is grounded in science, and that we can show the evidence that this is actually working.
Yeah, thank you. It's my privilege to be in this event. And since Conservation International is the organization which defined biodiversity hotspots, and if you refer that definition, then one of the definition is 70% of the original habitat is changed, then it is assigned as a biodiversity hotspot. That means in Eastern Himalaya, including Himalaya and Indo-Burman region, this 70% of change have been already there. So that is an indication of how important it is to understand things are changing. But just to bring one perspective, I'll just try to see that this change is happening still. During 2017 and 2000, there was 40% of increase in shrubland in the Eastern Himalaya as such. If you refer to shrubland coverage, then it is 40%. But if you refer to the total coverage of Eastern Himalaya, it is around 3.3% change are happening. There's a increase in shrubland means others is being transferred to others. Then forest is changing at 3.4% rate, and this is decreasing. And if you look at the average in terms of the total figure of Eastern Himalaya, then it is 1.8% rate, it is changing. So likewise, cultivated land is also changing. So unfortunately, it is increasing in a very small rate though, but it is still increasing. Fallow land is also increasing. So that means the agricultural practices are being changed, and then people are not interested in agriculture. So that is around 6% in the agricultural field. And then very important part, which is very much related to this theme of mountain to mangrove, is snow coverage, because Eastern Himalaya is also have a very important role to play in terms of snow. So 24% of snow cover change has been already recorded. So this is important thing to be noticed, that when we think about restoration, so restoration is related to all ecosystem. So mosaic of ecosystem is delivering ecosystem services to people. So when things need to be intervened, then forest is equally important, but other ecosystems are also equally important when we talk about interventions in terms of restoration. As far as our our experience is concerned, these variations are there in terms of Bhutan, in terms of Bangladesh, in terms of Nepal, in terms of India. The change in different type of ecosystems are there. But what we are doing from ICIMOD we are taking 4 broad initiatives. That is regaining the rangeland. That means high altitude rangeland where permafrost and snow are preserved, and also some of the most marginalized community like herders are being dependent on. The second is related to wetland and spring shade. In our region, our Bhutanese colleagues are very much aware of that. Our natural springs are drying, and this need to be restored. Until and unless we don't do that, then the crisis of water is being need to be addressed. Another very important thing that our region is facing, including Bhutan, is due to this large-scale species conservation success, the human-wildlife conflict are quite prevalent, and that is largely because there are wider range species are there, like elephant and tiger and snow leopard, which are not limited to existing protected area. So when they are using corridors, they are passing through the community land. So these human-wildlife conflicts are also being noticed. So based on all these issues, we are trying to intervene with respective government agencies to look at the rangeland and address some of the issues, then look at the human-wildlife conflict and corridor concept, and look at the the wetland and spring shade, and obviously with the concept of nature-based solution perspective, we are intervening. So these are some facts and figures that I could bring from our research from ICIMOD. Thank you.
Can I follow up with one quick question there? Because monitoring is always it's a complicated thing to pay for. And it's an incredibly important thing to have to make sure that we can tell the story. And there's so much storytelling, which is the right thing to do with this initiative. Showing those figures, being able to measure. How do you go about securing that we are going to be able to do the monitoring in the long run?
Yeah, this is an important thing to do, Deal. I can narrate this in three broad areas. So what we do is when we intervene or when we try to intervene, then definitely we try to come up with the common issues that are prevalent in our region. In these 4 countries, then what are the common issues that are there? Then while designing our program, then the theory of change, the relevant indicators, then all these monitoring mechanism are inbuilt in the program. So that is one way of dealing with the monitoring mechanism. The second one is when we intervene, then we definitely make a point that we do observe the changes over the period of time, whether it is a negative or a positive change that is happening with authentic methodology and protocol being used to monitor the changes that is happening in terms of our interventions. Third one is ICIMOD is having a state-of-the-art kind of facility for geospatial monitoring tools. So all these remote sensing and GIS tools are there, which we use to understand the macro level changes that is happening to authenticate what is the progress or what is the the negative or positive changes that are happening. Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to. We talked about communities. We talked about data. You also talked about government. But Dr. Karma, this is what we want to ask you as a member of the Bhutan Trust for Environmental Conservation. Bhutan has been a leader mobilizing funding, but the Bhutanese government has put nature really at the heart of the development strategy of Bhutan. Can you elaborate a little bit more of how can we learn and what can we learn from your team and your experience working with government so we can replicate that through the Eastern Himalayas and hopefully through this audience further than that?
Good afternoon. As we say, from the mangroves to the tallest mountains, the tallest mountains necessarily don't make the tallest people. So thank you for joining the session. And thank you, CI, for bringing this project. I'm thoroughly excited to really venture into this project from the Bhutan Trust Fund. And Saurav, he's been the energy behind to get these things going. Yes, we are a project just launched barely a year ago. That's why the world doesn't know about it much. But 5 years down the line, we will show the world the impact we can make through this project. A tree plantation project can never go wrong. What can you learn from governments like ours? Definitely the number one, commitment. Political commitment. I think that is the way forward for any nation in whatever sector you want to really move forward. It's the political commitment, the consensus the people and the government need to have. And for us in Bhutan, forest is very important. It creates habitat for wildlife. It creates livelihoods. I cannot think of anything that a forest can do wrong. It can do nothing. Everything will go right with it. In Bhutan, the government has also dedicated at least 1 day a year for tree plantation. Of course, we have many other days that sectors, school children, corporate organizations, CSOs, NGOs, they go around planting trees. But we have 1 day completely dedicated towards planting trees. So for Bhutan, for us to remain standing is basically we have to have trees. We are from such a fragile ecosystem. If we don't plant trees, not only we will suffer, but I think countries like Bangladesh, downstream, India, many countries downstream will suffer. So it is not just a national or local obligation. It is also a global responsibility that we have to bear. So as Patricia has asked me about governments, I think governments, yes, eventually the governments have to sort of influence the CSOs, NGOs. We are a trust fund, an NGO, a grant-making body. We are the bridge between the government, the people. So joining in this cause and a very noble project, I would say we're very excited. And I can guarantee that a lot of good things can go right. Bhutan has been declared as one of the carbon negative countries, which basically means we emit much less than what we observe. We have a huge carbon sink, and just planting trees basically means we can increase the carbon sink. And yes, Bhutan, we have a fairly good forest coverage right now, close to 70%, 69%. So people may think, why do we need more trees? But the point is, we are in a fragile ecosystem. A lot of our trees, natural disasters, forest fires, glacial lake outburst, all these cause problems to the trees that we have. So it is, restoration is very important. So basically, I'm so glad that our government, Bhutan Trust Fund, our people subscribe to this project, and really look forward to committing ourselves to this project. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Karma. And can I say, I mean, Saurav knows that I've been dying to go to Bhutan for I don't know how many years, and every single time that I am supposed to go to Bhutan, something happens. So hopefully I will be able to come and visit you. But you guys have been an example to the rest of the world. I mean, not only you are carbon negative, you have factored nature in your global happiness index. You have demonstrated through your culture and your commitment to nature that nature is possible to be at the center of the economy. How can we get the other governments of the countries of the Eastern Himalayas to follow the example and continue to push for nature to be part of the solution for the future?
As I said earlier, basically, I think many governments would not really disagree in taking up such a noble project. But at the same time, it is important to get the buy-in of the governments, because governments have so many things to do. And living in the Eastern Himalayas, in a region where economic development is far more important, at least perceived important. I wouldn't say it's more important, but it's perceived more important. I think planting a tree is a long term. They don't really see the quick short-term benefits. So basically, my perception, my suggestion to get the buy-in of the governments is engaging them, communicating with them. Like the Trust Fund, what we do is, most of our projects in conservation, we always speak to the government, try to always involve them in our discussions, engage with them more, communicate with them more. And that's how we can influence, because eventually, what are governments? Governments are people. If you don't communicate, the people are not going to understand. Like, I have friends from here, from Bhutan, many of my beautiful ladies, they represent the government from different sectors. And when we communicate with them, they're the ones who sit in the government to make decisions, to talk in the meetings. So my basically message is that to the other countries is, yes, don't work in isolation. Don't sit only with your NGOs and talk about solving the nation's problems. We have to engage with the government, always involve them in meetings, because they are the ones who have the authority. So it is important. Communications is important, I would think.
Wonderful. And I couldn't think of a better way of closing this part, because we have, okay, 1 second. Cassie, I will give you the floor, and then I will close. Go. Go. Is that working?
Hello. Hello. Yes, thank you. That is, I must say, that is, I thought you will come second round, That is, you work for strategy with CI, and I work for strategy with friendship. So I must say, I convey my regards and appreciation to CI and the allies with CI for the strategic decision to be part of this Mountains to Mangroves. We have started 120 hectares plantation program. And trust me, today's world, when we are struggling for climate, biodiversity, desertification, this is a strategic decisions. We don't need to import or export the seed or something like this. We don't need expertise, energy. We don't need soil or anything. We have everything. Just a yes from you all. Let's work together. And that's I appreciate CI for this strategic decision. Saurav and his team working hard, and last couple of years we worked together for this decision. And I'm sure if you're planning for Bhutan, please make sure you're on the way back. You'll be in Bangladesh, and you will see the changes in life. You'll see the changes in life. A simple, very solid investment can bring change in life.
Absolutely. And I will definitely come to Bangladesh. I have a really good friend of mine who I used to work with when I was in BirdLife, who is based in Bangladesh. And I'm sure that your mangroves are also bringing the birds. So I will come and follow the birds. No worries. I just want to open up and give the opportunity to you guys to ask questions. We have a little bit of time. Yep. And then we'll close with Saurabh. Anyone? While you guys get warm up with the questions, let me just say one thing. What I was going to say before I gave you the floor, Kazi, was we have here all of the elements to engage with governments. So we have the communities and demonstrating that this is actually helping us free up money that the governments are going to have to put into, supporting these local communities because of desalinization, because of the disasters from climate change, because there's no more productivity. And at the same time, we have the data that is actually telling us and showing us the evidence that we are benefiting these communities. So then we can come with those clear numbers to the governments and convince them that this is actually possible. You guys have done a fabulous job on that, but we have all of the great elements of this project and this initiative that can really make a difference. Okay, questions? Anyone? Yes.
Dr. Kami, you talked a bit about how what happens in the mountains affects what happens downriver and what happens in the mangroves. And I just wondered if you could tell us a bit more about that. So what are some of the negative things that might happen if we don't protect forests in the mountains?
So the negative things, maybe Bangladesh are the ones who experience it. So he may be in a better position because, I think it's pretty straightforward. Without plantations, trees basically hold the soil. In Bhutan, we are a fragile ecosystem. Without the trees holding the soils just keep getting washed away with the heavy rainfall. And with heavy rainfall, landslides, it's all about taking it downstream, loss of lives, habitat of areas, people drowning in Bangladesh, and these are all very serious things. So it's very, very important that we plant trees upstream. And for us in Bhutan also, without plantations, protection of watersheds. If we don't plant most of the trees, we cannot protect our watersheds. They get dried up. So I would say, I can't think of any reasons why we cannot plant trees. Yeah.
Thank you. Gabi.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for this incredible presentation. To be honest, we all separate ecosystems, right? Like the mountains up there and the mangroves somewhere and the desert somewhere. But this has been an enlightening conversation about how are they all connected, not only by ecosystem to by borders, right? So I asked regarding who other actors you would like to see in the table. Like if I give you a magic wish, right? Like who others should be joining this initiative? Who others you would like to see taking over also the responsibility and the engagement for this incredible project? Thank you.
That's a great question. Who wants to start? Okay. I think it's on.
Question, but I'll make it very broad. What we do at ICIMOD is we try to bridge. ICIMOD is an organization which try to bridge science to policy with demonstration from practice. So these three broad areas of science, policy, and practice interface is critically important. And if you define this science, policy, and practice, then all the stakeholders are involved. In the process of policy making, policy making process and policy making stakeholders are there. But nowadays, it is also being recognized that in policy making process, all stakeholders need to be consulted, need to heard, and also in many instances, their decisions are also should be heard in terms of, their rights of decision should also be considered. And in terms of science, then definitely science will give you a direction, give you a pathway. What is happening? What are the scenarios? What are the things happening? In which direction it is going? So that is important. And in practice, all those stakeholders who are on the ground, who are practicing, or even victims, or even who are facing challenges, will be able to tell us the story that if we don't do things correctly, then what is our repercussion? So all these three stakeholders in a broader sense of science, policy, and practice interface need to be considered. Thank you.
I had very quick point, that is, what I explained, that my realization, that my observation, I am from the ground. But I need academia to be there to conduct research, why mangroves truly benefiting. Our government earning money foreign currency by shrimp farm. But how can I prove to the government, no, forget shrimp farm, be involved in the mangroves? I need international community. Just don't wait for humanitarian response. Mangroves can itself act as a natural barrier. So humanitarian response money will be reduced significantly. So international community need to revisit their strategy. And I want government, academia, international donors, they all need community. Listen to community, not imposing the assignment to the community. Listen to community, follow community with their own language. Thank you.
Yes. Basically, I would think everybody needs to be on board. But having said that, the governments, NGOs like us, we are the enablers to get access to resources. So that's where we play a more important role to bring in the resources. But when it comes to involvement, I think forests are there for everybody, so everybody should be engaged.
Say one more thing that goes back to what Saurav said in terms of storytelling. You all are incredibly important ambassadors of this message and of this project. And the more that we can just share the extraordinary initiative, the ambition, but the results that we're already seeing, the integration of communities with science, with governments, I think that's absolutely critical. And you guys play a role on that storytelling. So thank you for that question. And with that, Saurabh, thank you so much, gentlemen. I'm sorry that we didn't have you guys, ladies, here. We should have had. It was a little bit of a shuffling and last minute thing. We really love gender balance, but apologies for that. But thank you so much for being here. And thank you so much for you enlightening us. Thank you.
Our panelists for that very exciting discussion. And I'd just like to spend 2 or 3 minutes before we actually get to the closing of the session with a few numbers again. So, as many of you are aware, we are only 1 year into this initiative that needs to achieve certain big goals by the end of this decade. We started this a year ago. We're currently working on a 60,000 hectare portfolio, which costs $20 million. We've raised $10 million in a span of a year, and the work has started. And I think it is fabulous to see the excitement on the panel and the room, partners and supporters. Many of you in this room have actually enabled this initiative to get off the ground. But we have to realize a couple of things. The funding gap is still 990 million, and the hectare gap is over 900,000 hectares. These are the two things that we have to close in the next 6 years. A few things that we are pursuing now and a few things that we have to do collectively is going to enable this impact to be achieved. We at Conservation International are running 3 very specific work streams. One is a work stream that focuses on storytelling. This is just the beginning, and this is something that will go on till the end of the decade, so we can communicate the story of the region, the story why the region needs this work, and the story that the impact of this work will have on the region. Second is to carry out very large-scale mapping of services and commodities that nature in this region provides to people. And for this, we'd love to partner with ICIMOD as we go along. Once we have extensive mapping of the region, we can model the benefits of restoring and protecting 1 million hectares and use that to devise exciting conservation finance mechanisms. We know that the 990 million funding gap will not be closed through philanthropy, will not be closed through corporate grants, but we will need public funding to enable markets-based mechanisms to make this happen. This is something that we are very excited to pursue in the next couple of months and the next few years, and we need your support to make this happen. Now, with this slightly extensive closing message from me, I would very much like to say thanks to Her Excellency Princess Maria Esmeralda that you're here. And I think all of us in this room would really love to hear your reflections on this initiative, both because you're chair of Friendship Belgium, but I think also, as importantly, you've spent a lot of your time in environmental and indigenous work and activism. So I would particularly want your thoughts on how young people can make this work happen, but anything else that you think is important for our audience. Over to you. Yeah. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Yes, first of all, thank you for inviting me. Thank you for Conservation International. Yes, I'm part of Friendship Belgium, so I'm slightly biased. But I want to say that this project has all the right ingredients, I think. I have been in conservation for a very long time, and the first thing that comes to my mind is that there are no borders for biodiversity, as well as there are no borders for the climate crisis. So anything that happens in Bhutan or in Nepal doesn't stay there. It affects the whole region, and I would say it affects the world. We were talking a lot about the Amazon here, and we see that it affects all the country of the Amazon, not only Brazil, Colombia, but all of the 9 countries, and also the rest of the world again. So this project is very important for that. The other point I would like to make is that it benefits to the local communities, to the indigenous communities, which, as we know more and more, are the best guardian of our biodiversity and our future, but also has such a knowledge. We have a lot to learn from them. We should listen to them because they have a lot of solutions. And many times projects are being, unfortunately, created in the world without their participation. So this is great that they're really part of it. And we'll tell, like in Friendship, we always listen to them, the expertise on the ground. The other thing was the video. Well, that's great. I can see it's made by young people. They are so much faster and so much more intelligent than us. And I'm a journalist, so you don't have to convince me that storytelling is one part of a very important role we have to play. We have to touch the heart, not only the mind of the people. So obviously data is super important. We need to have all the numbers, but to communicate, we need the human stories. And that is obvious that those people have captivated us with that. So congratulations, and I think we are all part of it. We all can help, and hopefully this will be a great success. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Now, because we would like to use this day to celebrate our 1-year achievements, we have a couple of bottles of wine, or glasses of wine, I should say, outside for everyone. Thank you.
you.